Thank you. Today's invocation will be provided by Sterling Hawkins. Councilmember Foley will tell us more.
Thank you. I am honored to introduce you to a talented young poet, Sterling Hawkins. She grew up in San Jose and went to school with my daughter. Later, she attended the Academy of Arts in San Francisco on a golf scholarship, but golf was not her passion. She is driven by the use of words to deliver her message. I have known Sterling since she was in second grade. Her family and mine spent many, many holidays together. She was my daughter's best friend. Her mother and I consider ourselves to be moms of each other's girls. She currently resides in San Francisco, where she is pursuing her craft. Through this video, she will be reciting an original poem that she wrote during the protests. When I saw her post her poetry on Facebook in June, I knew that I needed to share it with you when I had the opportunity during my invocations. It moved me then, and I wanted you all to experience her words. To learn a little bit more about Sterling, I wanted to share her thoughts, and I quote, "I'm Sterling Hawkins, an all-around creative that uses different storytelling art forms such as photography, modeling, and poetry to see the beauty in the tragedy. I think sometimes we forget to go into our imaginations and our vulnerabilities because of fear on how we would be viewed. The secret, I realized, is when we are open to our truths, we become the strongest person in the room, and in turn, we are invisible. I present to you my friend, Sterling Hawkins." Henry, you ready?
Black man, run, I said. Black man, run. Throw my body against the pain, save myself because the chains won't come off with the help of the crowd who sits and watches as if this act entertained. Horrifying to watch, but too interesting to look away. Choked up by the smile presented on my face. Turnarounds, hands up, slow-paced. The anger scrawled on their face, told with lies that fear was actually took place. My eyes feared it would be as black as my skin. Eyes watered down to my chin, hoping it would drown out my reality and I can go back to my familiar safety pin. The clip of heaven I imagined in my mind. I pray for mankind. If my fear was fierce in your eyes and I can't help but lose a race, I thought I was barely scrapping by. Instead, the rules changed and I was running a losing game when I realized I lay with your knee to my neck. I knew I was wrong. Place me on your wall. A trophy for those other dear to see. Lifeless is what you saw even when I was breathing. Wishing you'd take your hand from my face while the masses kind of snicker. The fragility couldn't be thicker. I'm more than a city slicker. What a kicker is if I could do anything anyway. I laugh it away. Scared to stand down and too scared to stand still. Black man, run. Wait, because I'm going downhill. I thought I was surviving when I was actually falling down. Black man, run. I fell down and I heard in my head. Black man, run. As close as a whisper from the dead. Black man, run. The stands who film joining the unsaid. Black man, run. The innocent who look for bloodshed. Black man, run. And I told myself out loud, I can't.
Thank you, Sterling.
Thank you, Sterling. It's, very compelling, powerful. Thank you. All right, we'll move on now to the orders of the day. Does anyone on the council have changes to the printed agenda? I'm told that for the vote at rules, there's a soft limitation of 15 minutes, is that right, on every item? And I know Councilmember Jimenez asked to adjourn today's meeting in honor and memory of Councilwoman Charlotte Powers. And I want to turn to Councilmember Jimenez first. Oh, I'm sorry, forgive me. Just one moment. Councilmember Esparza, did you want to?
Yes, Mayor, I had a question on the orders of the day. So you just called it a soft limitation. However, under the orders of the day, there's a proposed limit to 15 minutes per item per council member. And I would like to make a motion to not have the limit. If you want to do a timer or something like that, I think that's fine. But I particularly, given that we are having COVID presentations every other week, we still have people dying in the city from COVID. And I don't believe that we should have a strict limit of 15 minutes per item.
Tony, could you remind us what exactly, frankly, it's been some time since I understand exactly what the motion was or rules.
It was a soft 15 where we were going to display a timer,
right,
so members can be aware of how much time they're using.
Okay, thank you. I'm fine with that. That's not what is in the agenda. That's why.
Okay, so you're fine then with.
I'm fine with posting the timer. I agree. I think we should all be aware of the time. I just, in particularly because we have COVID presentations now every other week, their 3.1 is a meaty item, and I hope I don't take 15 minutes. But we're covering a lot of topics in under 3.1, and so I like the timer idea. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else on the rules, orders of the day before we go to Councilmember Jimenez? All right, let's go to the public. Mr. Beekman.
Thanks for noticing my hand up and allowing me to speak at orders of the day. I will make it very short. It's what I've offered many times previously now. Maybe you can come up with the idea that to allow a 15-minute soft time, and if someone wants to speak past that, you can simply have a motion process between yourselves and ask for an additional 5-minute increments of time to speak. It seems a fair way to offer a limited amount of time, and then also offer what can be ways of an extended amount of time if a conversation seems important. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, returning to council. Any further comment before we go to Councilmember Jimenez? Oh, I see several members of the public now raised their hand. I'm assuming that's on other items. JT, is this on orders of the day specifically?
Yes, it is. Thank you. So I want to give you guys a compliment. I think you're doing the smart thing with the 15-minute rule. No need to overcomplicate. Just give a head nod if you need more time. But there's nothing wrong with adding a little bit of structure. Thanks.
Thank you. Tessa Woodmansee on orders of the day.
Thank you for orders of the day. Just to remind everybody, we are in a climate emergency and that this is very critical for the decisions that we make. And I'm glad to have orders of the day to address you, because we don't have the public comment in the beginning. But the orders of the day is what is important and critical, is that we have a climate crisis and everything we do needs to be done through that lens. And one of the things that we're looking at right now is the resiliency of our community. And that is something that we have to critically look at as the order of the day in terms of our resources. They should not be going to the old world, which is our restaurants, our businesses, our airplanes, even our mass transit the way it is. We have to be radically changing everything that we do. And that's the type of change we need, not going business as usual. So everything needs to be looked at under the climate crisis. And what that looks like is really creating a new economy that is based on hyper-local, and you helping our neighborhoods to become self-sufficient in the sense of being fossil fuel free and waste free, and all the issues that we have to face, that we are at the end of the line in terms of saving even nature. So we have to save open lands and grow food locally, and we need the help of our city and our county and our state to help neighbors to grow food and create a local, hyper-local economy where we are producers, not consumers. And that has to be quickly implemented so that we save ourselves. What the science is showing us, we need to avoid annihilation. If that's not enough to move us towards another economy, which is fossil fuel free, then that is a problem. But the way we do that is we inspire our neighbors to become producers, not consumers, growing our own food, creating a strong neighborhood that we know what each other produces.
Okay, thank you. The person with the phone number ending in 5140.
Yeah, I'm really happy that you guys have decided to limit the amount of time Carrasco can talk about what goes on the east side. Maybe we could have a little bit more time for all the other districts who need things. You know, I'm tired of hearing for hours. I had to hear about baby wipes. Don't they get them from the state? Don't they get them from the county? Oh no, we got to buy baby wipes for the people in San Jose to clean up after their children. After we bought them free food, free clothes, free housing, free childcare. Oh, we got to buy baby wipes. You know what's called? The dollar store. That's where you go to buy a baby wipe when you run out of it. You don't come into my wallet to ask for more baby wipes. For hours and hours and hours, we have to hear Carrasco go on and on and on. The reason why you have that time limit is because of her. She's the most long-winded politician in the world. They should hire her to be filibusters in the Congress. I swear to God, she's terrible. And I'm glad that she doesn't represent me. Actually,
Okay, I believe that speakers had a problem with their device. We'll move on to the next speaker, item 6262. I'm sorry, forgive me, the person with the phone number ending in 6262.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Good afternoon, Roland Brown. Sorry I was not on rules, but I would like to share what Palo Alto did about the issue that you're facing. The first approach that they took was drastic. They reduced the number of seats on council from 9 members to 7, and I'm sure you don't want to go there. The second approach that they took is to limit the time council members can speak to 5 minutes, but they can have, multiple bites of the apple. And once they're done with their 5 minutes, if they got more to say, they basically go back to the end of the queue. So in your case, if you want to limit it to 15 minutes, they would actually have 3 bites of the apple. And that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, returning to council now. Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be sharing a little bit of information on the passing of Charlotte Powers. And some of this is in the agenda language, but I'm just going to go ahead and read it because I think it really encapsulates what we want to get across. Charlotte Elizabeth Bruce Powers was born on October 12, 1937 in Santa Maria, California. In 1958, she graduated for the University of California, Santa Barbara. That same year, she married her husband and late Jack Powers. In 1963, she moved to San Jose, California, and began her 30-year tenure with the Cupertino Union School District and Board of Education. Charlotte was passionate about women's rights and firmly believed that women belong in politics. She began her 57-year career as a civic leader in 1970, serving on the National Women's Political Caucus Board, the San Jose City Council as a representative of District 2, whose shoes I continue to try to fill, from 1993 to the year 2000, the San Jose Evergreen Community College Board, the Valley Transportation Authority Board, as well as the member of the Joint Powers Authority. Charlotte always saw the best in everyone and fought for the rights of the underrepresented and underserved. She was a champion for improving the stature of women in society and the arts in the community. She believed everyone in San Jose was deserving of opportunity and respect, regardless of economic status, gender, race, or religion. She committed herself to the betterment of all residents of San Jose. Even when out of the public eye, Charlotte dedicated her life to others. She would provide shelter, education, and mentoring to young homeless people, going above and beyond to help them achieve their educational goals. She would make weekly trips to Stipe Elementary School in District 2 to read books to students and taught students the Constitution through the We the People organization. Even as Parkinson's took its toll on her body, Charlotte continued helping and mentoring homeless women by volunteering daily at the Lifted Spirits Drop-In Center, as well as serving as an elder at the First Presbyterian Church of San Jose. Charlotte was a loving daughter, sister, wife, mother, and grandmother. She is preceded in death by her husband, Jack Powers, and her daughter, Thais Powers. She is survived by her four children, Mike, Bruce, Doyle, and Letitia. Her 8 grandchildren, Joshua, Cassie, Sean, Philip, Nicholas, James, Olivia, and Avery. And her 5 great-grandchildren, Caleb, Presley, Lola, Jack, and Yuki. And I just wanted to express that I very much appreciated her friendship. Last saw her in December of this year when we recognized her at the Hayes Mansion as for the great work she had done for the residents of District 2. And I saw her and I remember her, and this is how I'm going to remember her, is really beaming with pride as the many folks that were there were clapping in her honor and of recognition of her work. And to the present day, I still get those comments that, well, Charlotte Powers did this, and why can't you do it? And so she's left a long-lasting impression on the residents of South San Jose and District 2. So we'll miss her. Our thoughts are with her family, and I hope that she rests in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Jimenez. Thank you for your very good words. I just wanted to share, I've known Charlotte Powers, well, it was after her public life, but since, I guess, about 2005, when I first met her and had coffee with her and asked her for advice about this life that I was about to enter into, and she knew very well. And I found her honesty and her directness so incredibly refreshing. I think we all live in a world where we know politicians are reluctant to call a spade, but that wasn't Charlotte. And she never sort of subscribed to the politico speak. She understood that there's a difference between friends and allies, and sometimes you just need to be brutally honest even about your allies. She was a very kind advisor in that way to me. My own career went on. I knew her in various roles. She was a strong advocate, as Councilor Jimenez mentioned, of homeless and pushing for solutions, strong advocate of the arts. And I really appreciated her advocacy on both those issues. She was a tireless community leader in different ways. She'd just take on the role. I mean, I can remember what she did for our Irish American community with the Sister City group, and her passion about ensuring that we were doing all we could as a city to be a good partner to Dublin. And she was wonderful. She served as the head of that organization for several years. And she was a neighbor of mine. She actually lived on my street, and I had an opportunity to visit her a couple of times as her health was declining. And even throughout that time, her dignity was completely intact. She understood what she was enduring, and she didn't sugarcoat it in any way. And she came from a generation of women women leaders in the city. I think about Susan Hammer, Blanca Alvarado, the late Shirley Lewis, Margie Matthews, so many others who led in the city in the 80s and 90s. And their spirit was strong. They were passionate about, as Charlotte was, about women's rights, about the environment, about so many critical issues relating to civil liberties. But they led collaboratively. Leadership was about bringing others along. It wasn't about dividing the community. And how refreshing that is from what we know is going on throughout our country today. So I was a big Charlotte Powers fan and still am today, and very sad to see her go. Are there any other colleagues who'd like to speak? Okay, thank you, Councilmember Jimenez. We are going to vote then on orders of the day. Tony?
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Aye.
Dieppe,
Aye.
Crosskill.
Aye.
Thank you. Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Paredes,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Chemis,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
unmute myself. We have nothing to report out of closed session today.
Thank you. We'll go to item 3.1, which is the report of the city manager. Dave?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Appreciate the opportunity. We've got quite a bit of ground to cover today. First, want to start off with acknowledging that yesterday we kicked off the annual giving campaign here at the city, and I want to thank Jill Bourne in the library department for leading this effort once again, and particularly want to thank Ledia Egypt Chiaco, who's our citywide coordinator, and will be managing for all the departments. I do want to also recognize the individual department coordinators for all the work they're doing to support the program as we move forward. Last year, city employees gave over $159,000. They also donated 5,400 hours and donated over 1,000 in-kind items. I do want to thank the 4 federations that support the city's campaign. That's America's Best Local Charities, Community Health Charities, Earthshare California, and United Way. This year's campaign theme is "What we do today determines tomorrow." And I think in a time like this more than ever, the city's 2020 campaign will focus on meaningful contributions through the coming year to help fund programs and services that are vital to our community. And so in addition to the monetary donations, we also want to continue to encourage the volunteerism that goes on by our city employees and the in-kind donations. I think each of us have the opportunity to make a real difference in San Jose, and encouraging everyone, all of our employees, to participate in the campaign in a way that is meaningful to each of our employees. So thanks again to Jill and her staff for doing this program again.
And Dave, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can people do that just by going online through the city website?
Yeah, actually, every single employee received an email from me yesterday, and then a follow-up email letting all staff know how to log in and do the contributions online or sign up online. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we'll get into the update, and starting off with our unsung heroes. And today I want to recognize Sarah Zarate. Sarah has been supporting the our EOC and brings a data-informed and results-oriented mindset to literally all the work that she does. During the pandemic, she has served in actually many roles in EOC. She supported both the emergency interim housing branch. She's also supported the homeless support branch, and has now recently jumped in to assist the Beautify SJ response branch as the planning chief. So really been involved with many aspects. Her accomplishments have included the following. She's drafted numerous protocols for encampment management practices, collecting and inventorying all city data sets pertaining to homeless and blighted related challenges. She's been involved with devising a strategy and providing leadership to a team using existing data sets to field verify conditions and create a new dynamic database to track where homeless people are living and the magnitude of trash generated at these encampments. She's also been working with the team to align the right resources at the right locations to ensure cleanup conditions and provide an equitable, effective, and efficient services to our residents. And she's also been taking a lead role in helping us with some of the presentations that you've all been seeing from us over the past several months. Prior to working in the EOC, Sarah worked largely on housing and homeless policy work for the city manager's office, my office. And she's also helped facilitate and operationalize a policy to provide a more dignified and acceptable conditions for our unhoused residents. So thank you, Sarah, so much for making a huge difference in our community. Okay, so next, I'll give a little bit of a preview here of today's COVID update. Kip and Andrew will provide an update on our move from stage 8 or tier 3. We'll also have an EOC update from Kip, and I just want to acknowledge a couple of things. The memo from Councilmember Perales on al fresco. We'll be looping back on that issue. Also today received a joint letter from the Downtown Association and the SVO requesting expansion of al fresco from 10 o'clock to midnight. So we will be looking at those items and looping back on them. And then also today, we have the city services update. And so this is really a continuation of the discussion from a few weeks ago. And as we recognized at that meeting a few weeks ago, it's critical that we keep you all and our residents informed on the status of our city services, which ones are currently operating, which ones are not, and the plan to get those that aren't up and running again. We're certainly open to feedback, recognizing that we need your support, and hopefully today's presentation positions us well to be able to communicate our status as a city in terms of providing services. And then finally, we will do a reflection of some of the artwork that's been done through COVID. I think that's it's important too that we see some of the emotions and feelings being felt by our community during this time. And so I'm going to pass it off to Kip to begin the formal presentation.
Thank you, Dave. Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, and members of the public. Kip Harkness, Deputy City Manager and Director of the Emergency Operations Center. On behalf of all the employees in the Emergency Operations Center and across the city who've been responding to COVID-19, I want to take a few minutes to update you on our response over the last month. It's now 269 days since we initiated our pandemic response team here in the city. In the United States, we have seen some 220,000 deaths, including an all too painful 378 deaths locally, with 87 patients struggling with COVID-19 in local hospitals, continued high unemployment, economic distress, all of which disproportionately impact our Black, Latinx, and Native American individuals and communities across the nation and here in San Jose. Today, you'll hear about updates on the public health orders, which are quite significant, an update on our work in the EOC very briefly, and a deep dive into city services, where we are in the resumption of those services. And finally, as Dave mentioned, some of the art from local San Jose artists in a project called Holding the Moment, reflecting on COVID-19. To start us out, I'll turn it over to Andrew Eric, our Deputy EOC Director, to discuss in detail the recent changes to the public health orders. Andrew?
Thanks, Kip. Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, members of the public. Andrew Eric, Deputy Director of the EOC. California continues to structure its COVID-19 public health restrictions for each county according to the blueprint for a safe economy. Since the last time we reported to Council on COVID-19, the state has actually updated metrics for the blueprint, specifically to include a health equity metric. This metric was added due to the clear fact that certain communities, among them low income, Latino, Black, Pacific Islander, Vietnamese, and essential workers, have been disproportionately impacted by COVID-19, as Kip just mentioned, and that those disparities create a public health imperative to address COVID-19 exposure and spread in those communities. The new health equity metric released by the state requires that in order to advance to the next less restrictive tier, a county must meet not only the original case rate and positivity rate metrics, but also a test positivity metric in specifically those census tracts that fall within the lowest quartile of the Healthy Places Index. Counties must also demonstrate targeted investment strategies to eliminate disparities in levels of transmission in those disproportionately affected census tracts. Within this new blueprint for a safe economy, Santa Clara County as of last week, met all the criteria, including the health equity metric, to move to tier 3, which indicates that there is a continued moderate risk level of COVID-19 in our county, but does allow the opening of a demonstrably wider range of businesses than was possible during the full shelter in place. As a result of the fact that the city has synced up our pandemic recovery plan to match the state's blueprint, we are as a city now officially in stage 8, which in our plan enables substantial reopening, which you'll hear further about later in this presentation, but we are still not at tier 4 or stage 9, which would allow a full or near full reopening. This slide provides a summary of changes now that the county and therefore the city is now in tier 3. The major differences of tier 3 compared to previous tier 2 restrictions are that indoor pools may now open, indoor movie theaters may now operate at limited capacity, indoor worship services are now allowed at limited capacity, indoor dining operations and wineries may now operate, but at limited capacity. Bars, brew pubs, and breweries that do not serve food may now operate outdoors. Family entertainment centers can operate indoors at limited capacity, as can card rooms, indoor shopping malls, and other retail businesses, as well as gyms and fitness centers and museums and zoos. It's important to note that for some of these sectors and businesses, county guidelines are stricter than the state guidelines. And as the county reminds us regularly, the stricter of any restrictions apply. So we encourage all members of the public to follow the guidelines put out by the county, which encompass both the county guidelines and the state guidelines. In addition to guidelines for specific sectors, the county also has general guidelines for all businesses, and these are important for the city in 2 ways. First, our Emergency Operations Center and Office of Economic Development are engaged in consistent and widespread outreach efforts to make sure businesses are informed of the guidelines and are submitting updated social distancing protocols when required. And second, as a city, we structure our understanding of what is safe based largely on the framework laid out by the state and the county. And as we take steps to reopen our city, we are following those guidelines, including encouraging telework wherever possible, and only when it is essential, deeming that a service must be provided in person. There are many other considerations to keep in mind when we think about reopening our city, and you'll hear much more about those items later in this item. But for now, I'll pass it back to Kip Harkness for the overall EOC update.
Thank you, Andrew. As Andrew shared, our county has shown enough progress to be able to partially and cautiously relax some restrictions. It's notable in listening to these updates that the process of opening back up is much more complex than the act of going into shelter in place back in March. As Dr. Saracoti has said, it is only going to get harder. Previously, we've discussed with City Council and the public what we viewed as the 3 challenges of now: the public health challenge, the economic challenge, and the resulting fiscal challenge that we're facing due to COVID-19. At this point, it's clear that there are in fact at least 5 complex and interrelated challenges we find ourselves facing all at once. Challenge 4 is addressing systemic racism and advancing equity by reimagining how we serve the community to reverse patterns of systemic racism and create an equitable valley of opportunity for all. This has always been with us, but is laid bare and made more visible by this pandemic. Challenge 5 is how do we respond to environmental conditions that have been exacerbated by climate change, like wildfires, power shutoffs that affect our city, and how do we create a sustainable model to respond to these acute threats and hazards while continuing to provide our prolonged response to COVID-19. Taken together, these 5 challenges now create the most complex and difficult environment that most of us have worked in. So as we move forward, it's important that we ground ourselves in first principles. And for the emergency response and within the Emergency Operations Center, we have embodied or strive to embody 3 principles: be compassion in action, put the community and the people at the center of what we do, be open, candid, and direct. Don't be afraid to speak the truth, be honest about what doesn't work, and then act as one team. Even if there's friction, even if there's tension, even if we don't always agree, work as a single team to try to be compassion in action. So with these principles as our guide, our Emergency Operations Center has continued to work to slow and reduce the spread of COVID-19 and support our most at-risk population. I want to give us a couple of quick highlights before we dive into city services. So over the past month, since our last COVID-19 update to City Council, we have, led by our nonprofit and community partners, coordinated the distribution of approximately 9 million meals countywide with no reported significant gaps. During item 3.5, you'll hear in more detail about the evolution and transition of some of our food distribution work and the details about how we will continue to address food insecurity, and support the county in their leadership countywide. The Emergency Interim Housing Branch has continued to work on 3 separate sites. The Monterey Brunel site is fully open and operational with 55 residents and a total of 78 beds and wraparound services and support. Rue Ferrari and Evans Lane sites are scheduled to come online within the next month and will add space for an additional 120 families. The city's nonprofit Coronavirus Relief Fund grant program application closed last Thursday. We received a total of 119 grant applications asking for assistance. We'll be focusing funding on the most vulnerable zip codes and populations and the following program areas: outreach, education, empowerment around the pandemic, case management, mental health and health services, legal assistance and childcare, distance learning, and youth programming. Our Coronavirus Relief Fund rental relief program is actually also now underway and operational, with Sacred Heart Community Services and Catholic Charities taking the lead on administering those and screening and supporting some of our most vulnerable residents in their time of need. Our Emergency Public Information Officers, our EPIO, have continued to promote information on a wide variety of events and services, including our power shutoffs, our final push for the census, the changing public health orders that Andrew just spoke about, the Flex Alert messaging on energy conservation, and information on cooling centers and hours. Last, but certainly not least, our census outreach campaign has made significant progress. Back in May, we had the 7th highest response rate out of 89 cities with more than 250,000 people in the United States. At the end of last week, we were up to number 2 with the 2nd best response rate out of those 89 cities. Moreover, our extensive outreach efforts led by Mario Maciel and others and his very stalwart crew working through literally smoke and orange skies were able to reach some of the hardest areas of our city and doubled the amount of progress in the hard to reach census tracts, ensuring that the places and the people that most need to be counted were. So for today, our deep dive, as we said, is around city services, and joining me for this is Kelly Parmalee, who is both our Assistant Director of Human Resources and in our EOC structure is our Director of our Task Force Powered by People 2.0. I want to give a little bit of framing and then allow Kelly to walk you through in some fair detail a lot of data and insights around where we are and aren't with city services. Top level, what you see is what we're beginning to do, and we'll be coming back to you iteratively in November and December and forward, is really balance a set of competing priorities. Before COVID, we had 22 council policy priorities that we'd begun work on. We were beginning to work internally on a roadmap to prioritize about 68 initiatives of change and progress within the city that we had been asked to work on. And then COVID hit, with at least 13 major new services and initiatives, plus the entire operations of the emergency response. On top of that, what we normally think of as business as usual is about 264 city services that we provide day in, day out, 24/7, 7 days a week, 52 weeks a year. Those services we often don't think about. They are core to making sure that people can shelter in place. And as we got into COVID, we realized there's sort of 3 main things that shifted this. One, all of our work became more complex. It's just simply harder to do to make sure that that work is done safely. 2, new things were added. Those initiatives like feeding people, we went from feeding about 875 seniors a week to coordinating 2.5 million meals a week. And the fact is we were doing it with fewer people, both because we had pulled people into the EOC and EOC leadership, and also because we had frozen many of our city positions to enable us to have some fiscal room to maneuver. So our challenge now is how do we prioritize and create a framework and a roadmap to guide us between now and the end of the fiscal year so that we focus on both the highest priority items and the ones that have the biggest return for our community. So I'm going to very quickly walk you through a process that we're beginning to use, and we will come back with you in much greater depth and walk you through a similar process. So we began by looking at all of the priorities that we'd been assigned or that we were working on and that were in the queue. And we went through what's called weighted shortest job first prioritization process to look at each of those across 4 attributes, which I'll talk a little bit more about sooner. We then did a relative prioritization of those in terms of how much work they were and how much return on investment they were, and then developed a prototype city roadmap based on prioritizing those which had the highest return on investment and the most importance to our community. So in doing that work, we as a senior team are looking at 4 attributes. We're trying to understand what's the relative community value. What does this deliver to those in our community, our taxpayers, our customers, our citizens? Does this particular item enable other opportunities to take place or mitigate risk? Is there a time criticality to this? Do we have to do this now, or could we wait next year and have the same outcome? And the job duration, which is really a way of saying how complex is this? Has this ever been done before? Is this something that we do every day and it's a snap of the fingers for us? Or does this require an act of Congress, which, as we know, is becoming even more difficult than an act of Congress? And so all of that comes together in something resembling a roadmap, which will look something like this. This is the blank version that you see here. Here you see the way that we internally organize a lot of our work, which is what we call the city manager's enterprise priorities. And these categories that are both outward-facing services and inward support are how we align a lot of our work at the highest level. We're going to come back to you in a future date with this filled out a bit, with a sense of what we think as a first cut are the priority projects, strategies, and policies that we need to focus on between now and the end of the fiscal year, and ask for your direction and guidance on that so that we can make sure we're saying yes to the right things and no to the right things as well. So again, all of that is sort of going into the hopper, but until we understand what it takes to deliver what used to be business as usual and now is very much business as unusual, our basic city services, we really don't know what resources we have to do many of the other priorities. So Kelly is going to take us now on a deeper dive into those services based on very fresh, up-to-the-minute data from each of our department heads and the teams working on those. So with that, I'll introduce Kelly and hand it over to her. Thank you, Kelly.
Great. Thank you, Kip. I appreciate that introduction and setting the table for this. Mayor and council members, thank you for the opportunity to build on what we presented back in September. And before I do that, just want to sort of position this presentation within the space of Powered by People 2.0, which is still an emerging set of work, and just want to orient you here. As a reminder, the presentation in September, we started with this notion and have continued to focus on this in terms of safe workplace, both our employees and the public. And so positioning everything that we do within that context is first and foremost for us in terms of whether when we're considering the reopening or expansion of services. And then if you recall, we talked a little bit about 2 supporting initiatives to support our workforce in going paperless in many instances, but much more than that in the drive to digital space. And then how do we support effective teams, given that we have about 40% of our workforce working remotely, about 40% in the field, and about 20% in a city facility. And then just naming all the things around the circle that we need to consider as we move forward with anything under Powered by People 2.0. So in the next slide, essentially I shared with you last time, and actually in a presentation in August, about the 4 core objectives for Powered by People 2.0, which again is launched out of the EOC and with the longer term intent of informing priorities when these things get rolled back to the departments. But for today, similar to September, is again a follow-up and a focus on a safe workplace. Last time at a very high level with some very rough data, we laid out essentially 2 core things. One was to give a sense of the stages and alignment of what we were doing, both in terms of maintaining services or continuity of operations, adding various activities related to the EOC, and then some high level sense of what expansion or reopening looked like in stages 6 and 7. And we were just embarking on 7 at that point in time. So to set the table for you in terms of bringing you the next best data that we have, I just want to orient you to what we've collected, how we've collected, and what you're going to see in subsequent slides. So I think it's important to note that essentially what we did in a very short period of time with the support of our departments was we took the memo from March, which outlined from the city manager what we were continuing in terms of services. It was one that used language around essential and non-essential services. And that was generally framed around our budget structure. And then in May, as we were considering moving into stage 6 and wanted to hear from the departments, if you recall, I shared that we went and toured each department after they submitted those plans to figure out what they were thinking about and experiencing in terms of priorities for reopening. We collected some additional data, rather detailed and a slightly different structure. And so for this effort, we pared down the collection of information to a few things, but also the structure in terms of how you're going to see the lines of service. They could be service, they could be programs, they could be functions, and they have what I will term different grain sizes. Some are small and some are large. And in order to present to you a picture of both forest and trees, we've done a couple of interesting things to show you the big picture as well as give you some very detailed information. So we took the data collection and it came back, some of it as most recently as Monday and Tuesday. Again, grateful for the support of our directors who are super busy, and they delegated to key folks and key leaders who are equally busy. So I'm grateful to all of those out there who were responsive to our ask. And also, I couldn't have done this presentation without Eric Jensen and Keith Lewis, who worked their magic to show you what you have today. So we took that data, and in the bottom left corner is a legend, and put those services into 4 core buckets or categories. So continuity of operations, we'll show you in a minute. It's the first one up. Essentially is 100% so those were services that were at 100% in terms of service delivery at shelter in place, those things that we had to keep doing to serve our community and are still at 100%. We have a second category of services that weren't at 100% in terms of service delivery at shelter in place and are now there. We have in the yellow, you'll see a category of services that are continuing to expand and reopen. They are at something less than 100% at shelter in place and are still at something less than 100% in terms of delivery. And the fourth bucket, that sort of reddish colored one, are suspended services. They are actually very few and are most complex, and we'll share some of those details with you. There are 2 other pieces of information put here, again, to create the picture of the effort that is being asked of our departments. And part of their effort for many of them, and we'll show you some data that shows which departments are most affected, are committed to the EOC and to our commitment to the community and standing up and maintaining an emergency operations center. And then mostly as a reminder, I'll say just a little bit about our vacancies. As a reminder, they kind of at times can ride under the surface. And when we're working with folks to talk about reopening expansion of services, this often comes up. And at the same time, was a core part of our budget strategy and continues to be. So one more thing before we start to look at some data. So that's the trees. We're going to go into the weeds and show you some details. But at a forest level, we're going to show you some boxes so that overall you can gauge the relative size of effort for departments in each of those categories. So you'll see large boxes for some departments in each of those categories, and you'll see small boxes for some. We used staffing, and again, I have to emphasize these were approximations. This was not an accounting exercise for creating staffing, but a good gauge of the relative effort and a big citywide perspective on our services. So if we go to the next slide, this is the forest. So again, working from left to right, you'll see a much larger box of continuity of operations. I'll show you in a minute some detail around that, but you can gauge the relative size of effort for departments. So it's well known to us that fire and police are producing a lot of effort in the continuity of operations, and yet the other boxes, and we'll show you again the details, like airport, ESD, and public works are also making major contributions and have been since shelter in place. So since March, folks have been going full bore at making sure that the city is well served. The next bucket, a small one or a smaller category, is fully reopened. So we add to that another group of services that are at 100%, but came on a little bit later. That affects public works, DOT, ESD, and Parks and Rec. And then we'll talk about those that are at less than 100%. You'll see a grouping or a category in yellow, as I mentioned, about reopening and expanding. And so we'll share some information about those. And then some distinct situations under the suspended category, in which I have some more information there. So let's start with continuity of operations. So here we've got about 110 services. That puts us at almost 50%, slightly under there, In terms of services that have been going since shelter in place, since March 17th, and you'll see police and fire, but we'll shift right now and show you some of the detail. We're gonna do this one slow because there's three slides that show the services by department that have been in that continuity of operations. And again, just as a reminder about the grain size of these and why we use staffing to gauge effort and show who is most impacted in terms of their human capital being deployed to city services. You'll see a bunch of lines for fire, a smaller number of lines for police, and yet they're both significant effort in terms of staffing. And yet there's still departments like the city clerk, like community energy, again, with smaller quote levels of effort, but still going since continuity or since shelter in place. And so including there, ESD, making sure that garbage is picked up, that our recycling is done, that our water is safe, right? I'm really thrilled for their work. And so if we go to this next grouping of services in this continuity of operations, I'm really grateful for our finance folks being able to figure out how to pivot on a dime and go a lot of their services virtual. Some of them needed to be scaled down, but they made sure we were in paychecks. The city manager's office has played a special role, as many of you already know, in terms of just making sure government can work, but also making significant contributions to the EOC. Public Works, really, I spend a lot of time with some folks from Public Works, so I might be a little partial in terms of what they are faced and making sure that our infrastructure, and by the way, that our folks are in PPE and we've got signage and floor markings. So you'll see that there. Also another strategic support unit, IT, I wanna make a little shout out to them. In addition to making sure everything is stayed on track, that we were able to pivot overnight to 40% of our workforce going remote and sorting out all the challenges that posed. They put the gas pedal on business process automation. That is serving us well. I can testify to that directly in the city. And our last slide here with continuity of operations. Again, we'll see more about what these other departments are doing in terms of library and Parks and Rec. But you can see that even keeping the park rangers out there and mobile, making sure that they're safe and vehicles and being able to protect and survey our parks has been an important thing for continuity of services. I won't bore you with the continuity of services for human resources, but I can testify to what we've been doing since shelter in place there as well. So we're going to go to the next grouping of services, and these are ones that are fully reopened now, but we're not at shelter in place. And so that adds another 64 services here for a total of 174 of the 240, whatever, almost 40, I can't remember the total. And so if you go to the next page, the next slide. Awesome. So here, there's a variety of situations. So for example, if you go to Department of Transportation, our sewers are in good hands. Our paving has continued like nobody's business. You'll see all of the things in Parks and Rec in terms of making sure that the administrative part of that is actually working and supporting all the efforts that are going on. And things like the golf course, our golf course services are going, and that produces revenue for the city. Again, you'll see all of the things that are going on in Public Works, again, in different grain sizes. They've broken out here some detail about what they were able to bring back at 100%. I think there are some things here just to note. Early on, there were some things we were trying to decipher from the county order that might have prevented us from doing some things. We had to figure out whether or not we could do certain things safely. And as we were also ramping up the EOC, there were staffing implications for many of these areas to make sure that we could bring these services up to 100%. So those are the two big ones to emphasize in terms of services, programs, and functions that are 100%. So let's move to the reopening and expansion of services. This is the folks in yellow. They're not quite at 100% and are working at it. And if we go to the next slide, so that's an additional 56, which gets us to 230. What I will note here is that most of them in this grouping of 56, 40 of the 56 that you'll see to your far left are ones that are nearing 100%. So they're somewhere between 75 and 99% in terms of their service level. And so they all have different circumstances. If I think about housing, I think about Parks and Rec, I think about the library in particular. Those folks have been deeply committed both on the ground in terms of support and leadership in the EOC, and are now able to turn their attention and consider how to get these toward 100%, considering staffing and a variety of other things. But each one is in a different set of circumstances in terms of why it's not at 100%. And then we have a small number, 9 and 7, who are in the 75 to 50% operational and 50 to 25% operational. Again, all in different situations. For example, a few weeks ago, early September, I want to say, we had a long, extensive conversation about bringing back attorneys into the 15th and 16th floor in order to support work related to jury trials that could not be done at home. So it brought a bunch of folks back. We had a long conversation about how to do that safely. So just to give you a sense, they're not at full capacity in terms of their service, but they're also dependent on what happens also at the courts in the county. So just to cast that picture, that's those services that are not fully back yet. And then the group of services that are suspended, there's about 21 here. Again, they range in size and complexity, but I will say for 3 really important areas, 2 of which I'll mostly speak to. Parks and Rec and library are 2 areas where it takes us into the public realm and public safety. So that's first and foremost to keep in mind. And having spent some time with the safety and facilities teams, it's not inconsequential to try to figure out where you put plexiglass, where you put touchless devices, how you do a ticketing system, how you queue people up, how you keep people corralled, how you make sure social distancing. And so I think those are things that we all care about deeply in terms of wanting to enjoy those things in our community. And at the same time, we are deeply committed to making sure in this new space of larger public events that we can do that safely. I will offer up that we have been working for a few weeks now on the facilities and safety part of Happy Hollow Zoo. We are very close to being able to, and I'll let John, if he needs to, speak to that later, but sometime very soon being able to start and ramp up a reopening of Happy Hollow Zoo. The library at the moment has half a dozen proposals into our safety and facilities team, and we've briefed the executive EOC team about them. And we have a large meeting on Friday to consider all of those, understand the big picture. And the challenge there is not operating a service out in the open, but in essence, bringing people into a space. And so how do we, again, make sure that we are doing what we need to do from a safety perspective to support that? And we're definitely supportive of that. The safety and facilities team are working hard on having that conversation with them to support them to do that. The others, again, are in different situations, and we certainly can speak to those more with questions. 2 more areas I want to speak to here. I think it's important, as Kip mentioned earlier, there's about 13 brand new things that we've been doing, things we had not previously considered and are learning our way and continue to learn our way through them out of the EOC. And if you go to the next page, I think what's instructive here, at least for me and perhaps others, is that while this is about 400 people in the EOC, if you were to go back in time to May, June, early July, our EOC was at 650 plus. So we've come down in some numbers, pared it down, been judicious, are having ongoing conversations about making sure we have the right people with the right commitment in the EOC, and that'll all come back as part of the prioritization conversation. But I want to point you here to the 107 folks that are in the EOC. About a third of the EOC are leadership folks that the departments don't have to draw on a regular basis. Now, we all know, those of us who are in the leadership positions in the EOC are also constantly going back to our departments and playing some role there, but you're not fully committed. And for some of the things that we want to expand and keep or get to 100%, or the complicated ones that we want to make sure that we can offer safely, that leadership is important. And yet our commitment to the EOC and to making sure that we can function in an emergency situation well and effectively is certainly a big commitment for us, and one that we're all acknowledging. So you can also then see the dark lines across the departments back there. Just one more, Andrew. Sorry, I jumped the gun on you. Just give you a sense by department. So again, PRNS is heavily leveraged in the EOC, both from a support staff and some leadership. Public Works leadership is heavily leveraged in the EOC. DOT has a lot of support folks helping out, and the CMO obviously is in there in terms of leadership. So gives you a sense of who's impacted by the EOC. The last point of mention here is our vacancies. And I, about 3.5 years ago, came into the city manager's office just after there had been a lot of activity, a lot of conversation, and a lot of consternation about our vacancies here in the city. If y'all recall, Civic Innovation helped to re-engineer the hiring process. And I would say in March of this last year, as we were looking at numbers and before shelter in place and COVID hit, we were ready to get into the single digits in terms of vacancy rates. And so 679 right now is us holding steady since March at about 11% vacancy rate. Our goal was to get into the single digits. So I want to say, number one, that we clearly utilized a hiring freeze process at the very, very early stages of shelter in place to make sure that we had a budget strategy that was going to keep us as whole as possible, and clearly a smart strategy to help us weather other agencies have not fared as well. And so it didn't go radically worse in terms of vacancies because there's a really thorough and well sort of oiled machine in terms of undoing the hiring freeze for key positions, and yet trying to maintain that balance of making sure we're fiscally prudent and still in good place for next year, while at the same time making sure we can support the departments. So I was heartened when we looked at these numbers that they haven't gone radically south. And yet it is important to acknowledge that there are some areas, so if you go to the next slide, Andrew, that there are some departments that are disproportionately affected by vacancies. And so you can see DOT, ESD, PRNS, Public Works, and PBCE, as well as to some degree, fire and police. But also, if you look closely at some smaller departments like finance and IT, who are key strategic support units who support all of our city services, they have some pretty high vacancies of their own in order to support the city. So I just offer that up as context and something to file away in the back of our minds as we think about how do we do all of this work as you all make some decisions and consider with the city manager and other leaders about making and deciding priorities. And so with that, a couple of parting words on the next slide. So first and foremost, I'm starting to feel like a broken record, I feel, and I can't emphasize enough, when you talk to people on the ground, making them and ensuring for them that they are safe. They have to feel safe. For them to function in their jobs well and to also serve our community well. So we're super concerned and still committed to that. A reminder along with the vacancies is that we have budget constraints. And so while no city service was eliminated outright, departments did experience resource constraints and are experiencing them from budget reductions. So that was not as painless as one might think from the outside. And so they're dealing with that as well. It is very clear to me, spending the last 6 months or so in this work, that it's complex and it's harder to do what I would say is not business as usual anymore. We know this work best, so that's a good thing. And yet it's more complex and it's more difficult for sure. On top of that, again, the new work in terms of the EOC response, which has been incredibly important to our city, and we've never done it before, has tapped our human capital in significant ways. And then as we have continued to support the EOC efforts, departments have fewer people because of our commitments there. So with that, I think I'm turning this over to you, Kip. Is that correct?
That's right. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you for that deep and data-rich dive into our city service delivery during COVID. We'd like to close this COVID-19 update by highlighting an amazing partner in our COVID response. This week, we are privileged to get a first look at an art project called Holding the Moment, which has enlisted San Jose artists to create real-time San Jose art to fit this moment in our city's history. For me, and I think for many of us, art is a way that we feel when it feels overwhelming, a way that we express the inexpressible. And as I viewed the artwork that you're about to see, what struck me is how art can help us comprehend this incomprehensible moment. I want to introduce the amazing creative leaders behind making this project, taking it from conception to completion. Our own Carrie Adams Hapner and Mary Rubin from our Office of Economic Development, and who will talk us through and share with you this amazing and moving art. Carrie and Mary, it's all you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Kip, for that introduction. I am Carrie Adams Hapner. I'm the Director of the Office of Cultural Affairs. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. It is really an honor to be with you today to talk about this exciting new public art project, which will be installed at the San Jose Airport, called Holding the Moment. And by way of background, the city has a percent for art ordinance in which 1% of eligible capital improvement project costs are set aside for public art. And that includes airport capital projects. And a decade ago, the city received national acclaim for its art and technology public art program, in which we commissioned iconic projects like The Hands, Space Observer, and eCloud. And this year, when additional public art revenues were generated by capital projects at the airport, we chose to take a new approach, one that was rooted in economic development, much like the famous WPA projects, focused on getting our local creatives and artists back to work during this pandemic. So our project budget is $265,000, of which $240,000 is directly invested in our local artist community. The inspiration for this project started in March, shortly after the shelter-in-place order, and we knew our arts community felt the financial impact in lost income and jobs. And this compelled us to develop a project to support our local artists, all of which are either living or have a studio in San Jose. Our top level goal with Holding the Moment is to recognize the value of our artists and what they contribute to our community. And certainly this includes financial impact, but also valuing artist perspectives, their way of framing the world. And of course, public art is the community's art and involves extensive public involvement and partnerships, which we will share today. So I want to thank the Director of Public Art, Michael Ogilvy, and Senior Public Art Project Manager, Mary Rubin, who I'm excited to introduce and who will walk you through this project and share the incredible body of powerful work created by our artists that really speak to this moment. And each artwork is incredible, which you'll see, but it is their totality as a body of work that really tells this compelling narrative about the human condition in San Jose over the past 7 months. And Mary Rubin is a leader in the field of public art, and she has been with the city for over 20 years. And she has been the public art project manager at the airport and the thought leader behind iconic projects like Idea Tree at the convention center, all the projects at the airport, but also really important community-based projects like the Literature Project that engaged our local youth to develop poetry for over 500 litter cans placed across the city. So with that, it is my honor to introduce to you Mary Rubin. Mary, please take it away. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Carrie. I am so excited to be here today. And in the next 5 minutes, I am going to share, as Carrie said, this inspiring body of 96 artworks with you that will be exhibited at the San Jose Airport in the Terminal B showcases. Hopefully most of you, if back to the original slide, most of you are familiar with the site. And while the images are playing, as they've started to, I'll walk you through the project. So in April, we started brainstorming the development of this project to recognize and value artists in our community and to amplify their voices. Holding the Moment initiative was launched in July when we issued a call for submissions inviting San Jose artists to submit 2-dimensional artworks that comment or reflect on this unusual time of living in the midst of a pandemic. Our actual description was broad and open for interpretation. Each of the artworks would be awarded $2,500. Each of the selected artworks would be awarded $2,500, and artists were given the opportunity to submit 3 artworks for consideration with a maximum of 2 awards possible per artist. With each submittal, we also asked for a conceptual narrative to provide further context and insight into the artwork and the artist's perspectives, of course. So to reach as many artists as possible in the community, we did extensive outreach, including partnering with local arts organizations, basically just, tried to get the word out as far and deep as possible. When the call closed in mid-August, we had received 327 submissions by 143 eligible artists. Going into the selection, we knew we had space for 96 artworks. Thus, you might imagine, it was a pretty competitive process. The artworks were juried by a diverse group of prominent Bay Area arts professionals who deeply considered the integrity of both the artwork and the narratives together. And after a 5-hour virtual meeting, the selection panel recommended the maximum number of artworks, 96, by 77 artists. The Public Art Committee approved the collection on October 6th. And again, each of these submissions received $2,500. Working with exhibit designer Cynthia Cow, who is also from San Jose, the artworks have been grouped into 6 groups of 16 artworks. The images of the artworks are currently being printed at 24 by 36. They're fine art display boards, basically. And each group will be displayed for 5 weeks from November 1st through the end of May. They will also be shared on our website with the narratives. So at the airports, the narratives are not there, but there's a QR code that will link you to the narratives. But on the website, you'll be able to have access to the narratives, and they'll be shared across the city and the airport social media platforms and have their own hashtag, Holding the Moment San Jose. Again, you'll see the narratives. So I guess what I can say from working with the pieces, that the artists come from diverse backgrounds, and their point of view, which you can see here, are just so vast and varied. As Carrie said, each artwork tells its own story. And I mean, they're only flashing up here for, 3 seconds, but each has their own story, and they range from amusing and sweet to poignant, and some of them are very profound and touching. And as a collection, I'd say that the body of work tells a pretty impressive, wide, and diverse story of our community. And I've spoken to many of these artists in the process of putting this together, and they are pretty excited for the opportunity to show their work, but also, for us to get to know them through the work and through the narratives. And it's just been an exciting project to work on. And I'll say, in terms of city staff, I mean, you might imagine, of course, there's a vast number of people that work on these projects, but just to process 77 checks for the artists, that's been a contribution. I just want to really shout out to everybody that has helped get the word out, that supported this project in so many ways. It's been a labor of love and pretty exciting. And I think, these slides are arranged alphabetically. So we're kind of coming towards the end.
I think what's really incredible about this project is just the diversity of the artists, whether it is ethnic diversity, age diversity. They're all different stages of their career. Some are emerging artists, but some are lifelong learners. Like we have former council member Margie Matthews in here, who was selected. So it's really, really powerful just to see everybody that's participated.
Yeah, and Kip, do you want me to take this, or do you want to?
Go ahead.
You said that, so every week, I guess, or every briefing, you have kind of significant partners or contributors, and I think we just want to highlight, again, it's not staff selecting the artists. There was a very considered selection panel that included Cece Carpio, who is a Bay Area artist who is also a storyteller, Vicky Day from the airport, the passenger experience manager who is incredibly considered, Rory Patakin, who is a curator at San Jose Museum of Art, Mariela Perez, who's with MACLA, Amanda Rawson, who is a public art administrator with Art Builds Community, which is local to San Jose, and Stuart Robson, who is a Bay Area artist who taught at Stanford for a while and is now at the Headlands. And also, so critical to the support of this project has been Cynthia Cow, who works with different art organizations in the city, but she has been instrumental support in the exhibit design, which in and of itself is just ingenious and elegant. And I hope you all get a chance to see it. Okay, Kip.
Thank you. And I just want to say thank you, Mary. And, you know, these are our partners, and just underscores that public art is your art, it's the community's art. So thank you very much. And please give a virtual round of applause to our local artists. Art is your art, it's the community's art. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Carrie. And most of all, thanks to the artists who are helping to express and feel and make real this ineffable moment. You'll see some of these coming back. We'll be using these in future presentations with credit to the artists in some of our future presentations, not all 96, except for this time, but we really wanted to give you the sense of the full body of work and the full feel of what our artist community is helping us express. So with that, we conclude this item 3.1 and turn it back to you, Dave, for any concluding remarks that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Kip. Thanks to the entire team, and Mayor, we are available for questions.
All right, thanks, Dave. Thank you, Kip. Kelly Parmley, thank you for a really excellent presentation. And thank you to Carrie Adams Habner and Mary Rubin. Wonderful to see the art displays. I was particularly struck, you mentioned Margie Matthews, which was wonderful to see her name up there. Some familiar names of artists we've seen who've been deeply engaged in our community, like Pilar Aguero Esparza and Sam Rodriguez, and some new artists I haven't seen before, and just wonderful to see so much engagement in our community. Obviously, it's a time for telling a very compelling story, and we appreciate seeing that in such a wonderful, visual, striking way. So let's go to the public, and then we'll come back to the council with questions. Tessa Woodmansee, welcome.
Yes, I was very impressed with the art. However, the problem is you're showing it at the airport, and therefore it is encouraging something that needs to be gone away. That the airport is a part of our boat anchor. The things that we need to keep as we go forward in our climate crisis is that we need to keep the internet. That's really very important, as we've seen under COVID-19. But driving, flying, and the movement of goods are the boat anchors to our survival. And so, of course, with the art, it was so beautiful, the thing, it needs to be put in the public where we can see it as we walk in our community, because we should not be going to the airport. And the other thing is, I was very impressed with all the work of the city manager's office. However, there are issues that are coming up right now as we choose if we have a strong mayor or a strong city council, strong city manager. But anyway, that needs to be improved. We really need to improve the 311. That needs to be a program that runs exemplary, like it is in New York and it is in San Francisco. It needs to be a program that really works on addressing our issues and resolving them and keeping a communication going. But the real issue that is the most important, like one of the council members said, is COVID-19 and the issues of climate crisis. And so what we need to really be addressing is the safety of our community. And what that means in regards to the safety of our community is that we need to get our essential workers out of the workforce. We need to create a whole different economy. And that is what we need to do, is create a whole nother economy. And the economy is hyper local, where we're growing food. So we really need resources to help women start working with their children to grow food and become independent of capitalism.
Dan, we can't hear you.
So I was happy to see that. I was happy to see that there's some art that shows the negative side effects of coronavirus. Kids not going to school. We're essentially holding back kids for an entire year. For the 70 or so people watching live in the public, I'd like to bring up that it's not the case that our elected representatives make all the decisions. A lot of these decisions that we think the mayor or council are responsible for are actually being made by the city manager and his staff. So I would love to see the public start holding our city staff accountable. Our mayor or council, they're going to come and go. But with regards to something like strong mayor, I'd love to see the city manager have less power. I think there is too much power today. And to the public, please don't focus just on elected representatives. Focus on city manager. Let's start holding them accountable. Thank you.
Roma Dawson, welcome, Roma.
Thank you, Mayor. I have had the privilege of chairing the Public Art Committee for the San Jose Arts Commission for the past 2 fiscal years, and I want to just offer profound gratitude to the city manager and his team for bringing this forward and allowing it the exposure before the full city council. It means so much, and it's so appropriate on a day that you adjourned in honor of Charlotte Powers. We acknowledged her last night, and 2 of the people that spoke in her honor, Margie Matthews and Judy Rookstool, are actually featured in this exhibit. It's not often we get to help the local economy and nurture our souls. I sincerely hope that you will focus on doing these kinds of projects in the future. Thank you to the wonderful Michael Ogilvy and the wonderful public art team. And by the way, artists are entrepreneurs, so I hope you think of them as entrepreneurs. You're helping out entrepreneurs. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thanks, Roma. Mr. Beekman?
Hi, thank you. The mayor of San Jose offered twice in public meetings last week that he is expecting a possible waiver of foreclosure issues by summer of next year. How do we better address debt burden at the local level when COVID-19 is a condition developed at the international level? It seems mostly agreed upon that the California state housing forgiveness issues of AB 3088 fell short in what may have been the incredible good efforts of assembly persons like David Chu and Ash Kalra this past summer. I hope we can all be open in how to better develop the CARES Act, the HEROES Act, and other funding mechanisms and systems being developed at the state level for the next few years to address these possible foreclosure issues. To expand AB 3088 more to its initial housing guarantees, ideas, and intentions is the cooperative efforts for tenants, apartment owners, small business owners, and local real estate. I think these are the ways that considers our human creativity and to stave off the worries of a serious recession beginning next year at this time, possibly. It is encouraging and comforting how Alameda County has done fairly well in addressing the needs of its everyday community in this time of COVID-19 with the possible helpful sharing of ideas from all sides. I feel it is how to address the next few years of government funding ideas and needs in open, respectful terms. Alameda County seems to have a good grasp that this pandemic was not the fault of anyone at the local level, and therefore should not have to be held as much responsible for its debt burdens. This thinking may be an important part of questions in the next few years, compared to the worry of whether or not to raise taxes, mostly on mid and larger corporations. To conclude, in this time of COVID-19, I hope we can see the work of other cities and other counties around the Bay Area and around the country and take to heart and want to emulate when we see safe, good ideas and practices. Thanks for your meeting today.
Thank you. The person with the phone number ending 5140.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Let's see, we need more businesses open to generate tax revenue. Public art, I mean, the degenerate art that you people put up is disgusting. Get rid of the keys and Kodal, you know, the Aztec sacrifice god that looks like a big turd over there in Cesar Chavez Park. You guys have a lot of nerve wanting to put up public art. It's degenerate art. It's disgusting. It's dehumanizing. It's a waste of taxpayer money. You guys spent over $600,000 years ago to put up keys and Kodal. What are you paying for this new degenerate art that you're putting up? It's garbage. It looks like crap. It looks like something that the UN would approve. Something that is meant to demoralize you. And that's what you people are all about. And by the way, with COVID, you're going to follow Gavin Newsom's laws about what you can do on Thanksgiving. You're going to call San Jose PD on people if they have too many people in their house for Thanksgiving. Who are you people? I want to know one thing. I want to ask the council, is San Jose PD going to come to my house if there's too many people in it? Are they going to tell me how much mashed potatoes I can put on my plate? Are you guys really going to follow your God up there in Sacramento, your buddy up there? I like to know. And by the way, once again, get rid of this public art. And, you know, all these people tearing down statues, they should be tearing down the public art. That's what looks bad in every city. Thank you.
Nathan Olsh, welcome.
Hello, good afternoon. Nathan Olsh here from the San Jose Downtown Association, Director of Policy and Operations. Great art, by the way. That was really cool to see. Just want to hammer back to what our city manager, Dave Sykes, brought up. Thank you for pulling that letter. Greatly appreciate that. A couple items to address today around that topic of business operations and specifically the entertainment zone related to COVID and the emergency orders around al fresco. First and foremost, thank you for the city staff working arduously on this process with us. We profoundly appreciate the time and effort put into this. However, as you know, currently the emergency orders from the city and the county are not 100% aligned, and we're trying to figure out the best way to find a solution for this, and our business community is very frustrated right now. We received a number of messages this weekend, the last few weeks, trying to figure out how can we get more people downtown, increase our tax base and so forth. And so we'd like to propose a couple amendments, if you will, to the current emergency order in place. One being extending the emergency order beyond December 31st. Currently, I believe that's where it's at. And if it expires, it would be very bad for our business community. They have heavy investments in the current al fresco model, and they need some certainty. And then number two, probably most needed at this point, is to extend al fresco operations to midnight, if possible, specifically in the entertainment zone. It seems the county and the city ordinances are a little backwards as customers are rerouted indoors after 10 p.m. at the lowered capacity, but cannot remain outdoors where it is relatively more safe. So we would just like to ask if there's a clear direction from council specifically to move forward with these requests today, specifically, once again, entertainment zone, but also asking our city manager, David Sykes, to offer some direction so businesses can operate in the spirit of the law until midnight. The next few weeks are very, very crucial for our beloved downtown businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. We'll take that issue up and if we can, and if not, we'll submit a memo right away to rules. I know Kelly Klein, our team, is working on that. Eddie Trong.
Thank you, Mayor Liccardo. Eddie Trong with the Silicon Valley Organization. We're the region's Chamber of Commerce, representing over 1,200 businesses in the region. I'm here to also talk about the San Jose Al Fresco program. Over the weekend, many local businesses and restaurants were just simply astonished to see that their outdoor dining operations were shut down, especially now that the county has moved into the orange tier. While the weather is still relatively warmer, we need the city to take immediate action to allow our local restaurants to be able to serve the customers now, gain revenue today, so that we don't lose this opportunity as we enter the winter months. We urge the city manager to issue an emergency order, an updated emergency order, as soon as possible. The answer is not weeks away. The answer should be tomorrow, within 24 hours, so that our restaurants can have a fighting chance to be able to do business, particularly before this weekend rush. The immediate thing we can do is to expand those alfresco dining hours to midnight, and you can take action and make a difference for our local small restaurants today. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Solorio?
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Sorry about the glitch earlier. Sometimes, the internet doesn't always work. Quick, want to introduce myself. I'm Steve Solorio. I am the current president of ASME 101, representing employees today in our code enforcement department. I'm here because we've expressed some concern, meaning our department that does code enforcement, about returning and conducting internal inspections. We have had meetings with management and we have brought some solutions. But we just feel like that hasn't been addressed correctly. So we want to let the community know that we do have some big concerns. And for those that aren't aware, code enforcement is really the civil enforcement of city codes and regulations throughout the city of San Jose. I myself have actually done code enforcement for 14 years, so I have kind of a unique perception of how to do this job. And some of us go into locations that are somewhere as close to 300 square feet, sometimes with multiple family units. And so the inspectors and the community members have really expressed some concerns with entering into people's housing rental units during this pandemic. We, code enforcement, have actually asked to use technology to perform our job duty, really kind of doing virtual inspections for everybody's health and safety. Other cities in California, like East Palo Alto, the city of Davis, San Luis Obispo, Los Angeles, and other cities all across the United States are actually using virtual inspections to do our jobs. But our PBC management has not guaranteed that we are going to do this. Along with other staff, I just want to let you know we're committed to do our jobs, but we do have some reservations just returning back into routine inspections. We would ask that there be an investment into technology for us to make sure that we can perform the best job duty possible. Ultimately, we want to work together with the community and keep our families safe and the community safe. So hopefully we can come up to a better solution, but we did want to let all the members and the city mayor know that we have some issues with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan Summers, welcome.
Good morning and afternoon, council and mayor. I wanted to kind of dovetail on with Nathan Olsch and Eddie Trong regarding the Alfresco program. Witnessing the weekend closure and the 10 p.m. cutoff, I noticed that patrons and guests were basically kind of herded into indoors, which is, you know, a good start for opening slowly, but really we're just kind of inviting a super spreader environment. I would really encourage and hope that everybody would consider extending that to midnight. That would really, I think, help everybody in this situation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Eric Nielsen?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Quick introduction. My name is Eric Nielsen. I'm actually the managing partner at 55 South on First Street. I first wanted to say thank you to City Council, especially our District 3 Councilman Raul Perales and David Tran in his office, Mayor Liccardo, and also to Nathan Olsch, Nate LeBlanc, and Scott Neese from Downtown Association, and to Blage Zelilich from the city itself for actually creating the Alfresco program and giving us the opportunity to survive this pandemic as a small restaurant. It's really, really important to us that we can serve, you know, on Post Street, and it's been a great experience so far. We've been able to actually bring back about 70% of our staff. So it's working really, really well for us. But I am here today with concern in regards to having to close at 10 o'clock at night. I understand that there are concerns in terms of timing. However, I am more concerned with the public health aspect of it and the overall health and well-being of my staff. As of right now, we are allowed to do indoor dining, and we are not going to. I prefer to stay outside, and my staff is very, very comfortable in that situation. I feel that just given the airflow and all the scientific research that everybody's been doing with the CDC on COVID, it just makes more sense for us to stay outside. And speaking of which, then it doesn't make sense to then usher the guests that are out at 10 o'clock to then have to propagate into an indoor facility when I just don't believe that's a safe environment. I don't think that's in the public interest or public health. And so I just wanted to make sure that, you know, that our voice was heard in that. I think that the city is doing the right thing, and I would hope to be able to extend those hours to, you know, keep businesses afloat as they're going, but more importantly, also keep, the health of our employees, and our general public in the same thought as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Hector Ortiz?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, so good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Hector Ortiz, and I am a city code inspector with the City of San Jose. I am here today because I've expressed concern regarding the reconducting of interior inspections to the PBCE management with our union ASME 101. I, along with my coworkers, are committed to doing our job to the best of its ability in these uncertain times. However, there is concern regarding not only our health and safety, but also the public's we serve during a novel coronavirus pandemic. Inspectors and committee members have expressed concerns with entering people's homes, housing complexes, and businesses during the pandemic. We have asked to use technology to perform our job by conducting virtual inspections that would ensure the safety of inspectors and the public. Virtual inspections are already being used in several municipalities in California and all over the United States. This has not been guaranteed by our PBC management. The goal we wish to obtain is to perform our job duties to the best of its ability using the technology we have available to ensure that the community and our families are safe in the middle of a global pandemic. As the capital of the Silicon Valley, we have these technological tools at our disposal that can help us achieve this, and it is my hope that we follow suit of other large cities and use virtual inspections to not only help the community, but also ensure the safety for all involved. Thank you much.
Thank you. Galaxy Note 9? Galaxy Note 9, appears that your device is muted right now. We're not able to hear you. We're still, there we go. I think we can hear you now. Galaxy Note 9. Nope.
They stopped. They muted.
Okay. I'm sorry to that speaker. If you can manipulate your device a bit to enable it to unmute, that may help us be able to hear you on the after council has spoken. So let's go return to council now. Let me just raise with city manager's team, and I don't know if Blage is available or not. I know she's been working on this because Joel Developcourt and Kelly Klein and our team have been working on this a bit about the businesses in the entertainment zone where they can extend the al fresco to midnight. Is that going to require a change in the ordinance?
Well, if I could take a shot at it, Mayor, I mean, I think from a practical matter, if we're looking to expedite this, I think we could issue a update on the emergency order that would need to be, ratified at council at a following date. So I do think we have a means of being able to expedite this. I just want to make sure that there's been a little internal coordination on it. It sounds like there might have been already, but I think we can look at this in the next day or so and see if we can't do something before the weekend.
Yeah, David, I'm sorry I didn't raise this with you yesterday. I should have. So I recognize you're just coming at you a bit out of the blue. Perhaps if, I know we'll have an extended discussion, maybe if at the end, if Blage has an opportunity to weigh in to give us some indication what you think you might do, that would be helpful. We're inclined to go file something tomorrow, but I know that's going to take a while to get through rules. And the council would be, I guess, next week, so people wouldn't be able to operate until, I guess, the following week. So we can come back on that issue. Councilmember Esparza?
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to start actually with the census, and I hope that we will get more of an in-depth presentation later on because this was a tremendous effort by the city. And so I just wanted to talk about the fact that Latinos and immigrants were particularly targeted by national rhetoric in addition to the fight with the administration on the ability to continue the count and a lot of things that the administration did to make it harder, frankly, to count people. And so a couple of things that didn't work, and I think in our whole community, was there wasn't a lot of oversight by NGOs or for NGOs in terms of accountability. It was very activity focused, and there wasn't any pivoting after COVID. So there was no pivoting after March 16th. After Councilmember Carrasco and I met with a lot of the census partners in our county, we also realized after studying that there had not been a focus on canvassing, and there wasn't a focus on mobilizing bilingual canvassers in particular. In San Jose, we saw that communities that had a heavy Latino population, such as Alviso and pretty much all of District 5 and District 7, had very, very low response rates. So bilingual canvassers were a really important tool. And that's what makes what did work all the more special. The city quickly mobilized about 35 to 50 PRNS staffers to go door to door. And I just wanted to call out the team because they were amazing. They mobilized very quickly and were extremely effective. So I just wanted to give a shout out to Eric Rodriguez, Nguyen, Jeff, Vilcia, and of the PRNS staff, the gang intervention staff in particular, because they did not have a return to work per se for the other activities, they went door to door in neighborhoods that they knew. So these were communities that they knew, and that was huge. And so shout out to Ray, who knocked on over 900 doors during the census and did an amazing job. So what did work? Mobilizing PRNS staff who know the neighborhoods, partnering with council offices. Councilmember Carrasco and I basically mobilized our entire offices for the month of September to move the needle. And also coordinating with the county, particularly on the databases that we used so that we use the same numbers. I'd like to thank IT. We thought we could use some technology from the county, but IT ended up standing up a large number of iPads that we used. And so I just wanted to, I think it's important, I know we'll be talking a lot about the census in the future, but all of that effort in San Jose, I believe, Dave, did you mention the number countywide? It was 2.3%, no, 2.9% countywide and 6.2% in parts of San Jose that we actually went door to door. So it made a huge difference. I wanted to also move on to the metrics and just wanted to remind folks that the California health equity metric that was presented in the 3.1 presentation, it was great to see. It's in our best, it's in all of our best interests that we are all healthy, that workers, that as well as business owners, that janitors, as well as CEOs, grocery workers, as well as tech workers, that we are all safe and that we are judged as a community for that. And I'd like to remind folks that across California, Latinos who are more likely to be impacted by the housing crisis and more likely to be essential service workers account for 60% of cases, 49% of deaths, even though Latinos are less than 39% of residents. And that a new University of California, San Francisco study concluded that the number of Spanish-speaking families in the Bay Area who can't afford balanced meals or who go to bed hungry has more than doubled throughout the entire Bay Area during this pandemic. And they actually assert that there's a connection between food insecurity and COVID. And that was a little puzzling to me because I represent 95122, most of 95122, and big sections of 95111, along with Councilmember Jimenez, that are within the top 5 zip codes in the county. And those are zip codes that the city has been working really hard on conducting food distributions in. And we have a number of food distribution sites. So either the connection is not true, or as we've seen in the neighborhoods, there's still a large number of people that are not getting food. And that's where having key partners like a Healing Grove, Cathedral of Faith, and the school sites are really important because they're trusted entities in the community. And so then just wanted to briefly talk about equity and services are needed. I'd like to thank the EOC and PRNS for addressing the return to work. I know that more work needs to be done on that, but we've, as a city, have seen an increase in violence. We've seen an increase in shootings, particularly in Councilmember Jones, or I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Jones. And in my district, we've seen murders, and a lot of them involving youth who don't have anything to do. And they're not, may or may not be going to school. And I believe that we do need to bring back some programs, including some targeted recreation, so that we can address this increase in violence that we've seen in the communities. As we move forward, I just wanted to emphasize the need to include equity and how we bring services back online. And so after having said all that, I just wanted to lastly say that we need to balance lives as well as livelihoods. And it's, I know from day one, we've talked a lot about risk mitigation. The economic impacts of the poverty pandemic can't be ignored. And between that and reopening safely is a really important balance. And so I wanted to bring up the fact that on October 11th in my district, we faced 2 terrible tragedies on the same day, one in Little Saigon and the other at La Placita. And there are a lot of hardworking businesses that are trying everything they can to make ends meet and do it as safely as possible. And what really stood out to me was that what it would have previously been a fender bender now is a life-threatening incident. And so I wanted to thank DOT and the Office of Economic Development and PD and others who we all got on the phone, and the mayor had shared his concerns for those who were affected by the tragedies. But I wanted to talk about what exactly we're doing, what services we're providing to the businesses. I know there's been a lot of discussion around what is al fresco and what isn't. I think we can talk about sidewalks and public property versus private property. I think at the end of the day, we need to support our businesses and we need to support our community. And it's in all of our best interests to help them be safe. So I don't know if this is a question for Blage, Nancy, or John Ristow. If you could walk me through how we are supporting our businesses, particularly in barriers.
So council member, we have, going back to the original question, we have Jeff Ruster here and Andrea Flores Shelton. Would you like us to start with the update on the census, or would you prefer to address the alfresco question first?
Whichever. I know Blage wasn't online and she might have been coming online, so we can start with the census and then go with the with Blage. Thank you.
Okay, we'll do that. Jeff, if you want to give an update, and then Andrea, you can follow up.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. Jeff Ruster, Assistant Director with the Office of Economic Development. I know some of the key stats have already been shared with you in terms of where the city of San Jose stands. We're the #1 city for any city above a population of 2,090 regarding the self-response rate for the census. I mean, that compares with Los Angeles, which was at 58%. San Francisco was around 66%. So again, I think this was really due to just a wide range of partnerships that really did target historically undercounted populations, which included immigrants, it included the elderly, unstably housed, and many others. And we worked with over 100 CBOs, the county, private sector organizations, et cetera, to really get us to this where we are in terms of the self-response rate. Obviously, when shelter in place went into effect, this significantly impacted our outreach strategy. That was 5 days after the census actually went live, the portal went live. We had 35 community events, meetings, get-togethers, workshops already lined up, particularly in those historically undercounted communities, all of which we had to counsel. So what pivoting we could was really relying on, again, in light of social distancing requirements, was really more through online, through media and other forms. But again, those are not highly effective in reaching these undercounted communities. So as the city moved from like COVID relief to COVID recovery, it was fortuitous that around that time that, as you mentioned, Councilmember Esparza, that the Parks and Rec staff, the youth intervention and the Project Hope folks, which had been involved with food distribution, were kind of winding down that operation. And though we still did not have approval from the county to proceed forward with the door-to-door canvassing knock and talk effort, we began to design something, hoping that we would get that approval, which came literally the day before we were planning on launching our canvassing effort. So, and I think it was highly impactful. We're very appreciative to the leadership and the direction and your participation by your staff and District 5 and council members Carrasco and others that were out there. And I think, again, it's due to a lot of folks. I do want to recognize, again, I know you mentioned them, but, Vilcia and Nguyen, Eric Rodriguez, but also, I mean, many, many other people. Our IT department was fantastic. Kelly Parmley from HR, our attorney's office, Andrea, the support that she brought to this. I could go on and on and on, and hopefully there will be an opportunity so I can really highlight not only what we achieved, but really give credit to the people that participated in this effort that left the city of San Jose really atop of any other medium or large city in the country.
Andrea, anything that you'd like to add?
Yeah, I think Jeff said quite a bit. Andrea Flores-Shelton, Interim Deputy Director with Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services. Council member, I would just add the partnership with the safety branch so that all of our staff, not just intervention, but everybody did it safely, and we learned a lot about the air quality index. So there was a lot of lessons learned and a lot of hands on deck. And I would say, as we prioritize moving intervention back to doing gang prevention and intervention work, we also had one of our best providers, New Hope for Youth, step in.
Yes.
Unfortunately, due to the federal decisions, census was cut short, but it really was a really collective effort of city staff and community providers. Yeah. Thank you.
And council member, if I might, I also want to call out, there are organizations like ICANN, Vivo, Friends of Way, Vietnamese American Roundtable, Downtown Streets team was very helpful in counting the homeless. Last couple of weeks leading up to October 16th, which is the last day for the census, we were out there with Downtown Streets team, our housing department, in the encampments doing the count of the homeless, unstably housed population, which again, the effort I think that the U.S. Census Bureau was able to pull together for the homeless count was, again, very constrained in terms of having enough enumerators and the preparation for that. So I think we did our best, not only with the general census count, but also again with this homeless count, which is a separate count unto itself.
Thank you, Jeff. Is Blog A back on? Is she on to?
We're going to have the city manager actually speak to the alfresco question first.
Okay. I'll do my best. I'll just be honest with you all. I think we were anticipating a pretty in-depth conversation on the city services, so we didn't really prep up for the alfresco today. I mean, we could try to get staff on a little later, but wanted to commit to you that we are taking seriously the concerns raised both in what you've just raised, Councilmember Esparza, the concerns raised in Councilmember Peralez's memo, and also the concerns raised in the letter that we received this morning from SVO and the Downtown Association. So we will definitely factor all that in and loop back. I think on the extension of alfresco in the entertainment zone, I think that's doable to something we can manage probably pretty quickly. as far as, addressing some of the safety issues raised in Councilmember Peralez's memo, the way I read that is to come back with, after we've done a little bit of work on how we can really broaden the program in several ways, both making sure people are aware of the program and taking advantage of the program, and then also examining the program itself to ensure that, we are striking the right balance with the safety provisions that are required, but also making it feasible for businesses to be able to set up and do business. And so that's, there's a lot packed into that, but certainly commit to bringing that back, and in the interim, doing what we can to move things forward.
Yeah, and I realize that some of these, like the Little Saigon, for example, is on private property. It would be really helpful if we provided the property management company, for example, a list of the businesses, the vendors that we use for concrete barriers, right? I think they're scrambling and they could use some support. I think it would be helpful to them if we emphasize resources that they can use to manage their own private property. Obviously we want them to register into the Alfresco program, but registration doesn't mean that, the city is going to provide all of these things on private property. And I think there has been some misunderstandings as well. And like I said, the bottom line is, whether it's public or private, it's in all of our best interests that folks have resources and some guidance that is going to help them do business and do it in a safe way.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And I just wanted to add on the Alfresco. So I agree. I think I would support something in the entertainment zone. We already have a lot of complaints in the neighborhoods about La Placita. Frankly, it gets pretty lively there. And so I don't think the community would want something really late at night there. If the entertainment zone seems a lot more fitting because it's already an entertainment zone. And then lastly, I just wanted to ask you, when will Alfresco come back to us so that we can get that feedback and that follow-up from the administration?
So I think there's different pieces of this. I think probably our next COVID update was, I think, on the 18th of November, given the kind of schedule ahead. So we'll have to look to see if we can bring something ahead of that, outside that schedule, because I recognize, the level of urgency we have with this. I don't think it'll be next week, and we were trying to keep November 3rd light since it was election day. So I'll just, we certainly have, room on that date. But that's kind of how we were looking at the schedule, looking ahead.
Okay, so can we tentatively say November 3rd, knowing that we're trying to keep it light?
I think we can tentatively say that. I just want to be respectful of kind of the importance of that day. I think you all understand, and people wanting to, be able to participate and see what's going on.
Yeah, at the same time, I think our community needs to feel like there's a little bit more structure in making these sites safe for them, because we want people to have confidence in eating outdoors.
Yeah, and I think that's fair, Council Member. And I just want to say there's probably things that we can do in the interim that really don't require council approval, so that, we can certainly chip away at those things so that we're not waiting to bring something back. There might be things that might need council approval, like an ordinance change, but other things I think we'll be able to implement as we just make refinements to the program.
Great, thank you. That's all for me. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Davis.
Thank you. I just want to thank staff, Kelly and Kip, for the update on the city services. That's something that, frankly, has been a question. We knew that there were a lot of services that had not been happening at full capacity, and to have it all laid out here that's been very educational for me. I've been sitting here wondering how I'm going to boil this down for my residents, because I've been promising them since we talked about this 3 weeks ago that I would give them this update. So I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to do that yet, but I'm glad to have this information. It's very helpful for us to be able to communicate to our residents exactly kind of just where we are, and especially knowing about the hiring freeze, knowing how many people are still working with the EOC, whether it's full-time or part-time, that definitely has an impact. I want to ditto something that Councilmember Esparza said about the community center reopenings and recreational activities resuming. I don't know where you are in the prioritization process, but I agree wholeheartedly that our kids need something constructive to do, and it would be ideal if it happened before the rainy season started. And so I just like to put in a plug for that. I did have a question for you, Kip, about, I thought I heard you say in the prioritization process, which I'm glad you laid out for us. I understand it hasn't been done, that you would be coming back to us between now and the end of the fiscal year. Did I understand that, or did you mean calendar year?
Yeah, we will be coming back to you in probably a couple of different times before the end of the calendar year.
Okay.
The idea is that we want to take a look to the end of the fiscal year as our planning horizon. So we're doing both the prioritization and then some deep EOC planning mid-November, so we have a few less variables to worry about. But we'll be coming back to you before the end of the calendar year with at least a first cut of what the prioritization looked like to get your feedback and direction.
Okay, that would be great. And if there's any, I'm just throwing this out there, and this is not a fully baked idea. Just, I know you don't mind these kind of things, Kip, but if there's a way to get community input on that as well, I think that would be really helpful, because we only know what we're hearing from our residents, and that's not always the, a representative sample. So if there's any kind of, I know we just did our survey, our annual survey. So I know it's a heavy lift. So if it's not possible, I get it. But if there is some way to get some community feedback and outreach on the prioritization, I think that would be really helpful, because it just reinforces that we are all pulling together and really wanting to do what's most important to everyone. I think you're probably going to hear a lot about the recreation and the libraries. I've at least from my residents, I've been hearing a lot about that and a lot about vehicle abatement. I think that's my only question on the city services expansion. And then the only other question I had was on the holding the moment pieces. Carrie, I see you're still on. Will there be prints made available of these pieces? Some of them were, I mean, they were all amazing, and I was just, a few of them were stunning, and I'm thinking ahead about how we could, just again bring that art into the community a little bit more. Postcards, posters. Is there any way we can make that available to the public in a broader way?
Thank you, Councilmember. I love all those ideas. Our team is thinking about it right now, about how we can really promote this project. Obviously, we want to take advantage of our social media and so forth, but we think there are future opportunities as well. We really love how the works together tell the story, and so we're thinking about maybe some type of printed book. We also love the idea around postcards or something like that as well. So it's definitely something we're exploring right now. So thank you for that.
Yeah, you're welcome. I was thinking about it as they were flashing through, and then I was remembering the last art installation that was in City Hall as we walked outside the rotunda on the inside. Mm-hmm. And I was just thinking, I don't think we have a partnership or anything with some, where you could just scan the QR code and order them. Maybe that's something that we could do, because people don't, we could put it on our website, and you could scan it when it's physically there, if you happen to see it there or on our website, as a way to promote our local artists and also to make that more available to everybody.
Yeah, I agree, absolutely. And we have it in our agreement with the artists. If we wanted to promote the project as a whole, we have that ability. We're just limited in terms of making any profit on the works. Like we couldn't make things that we would sell. But we 100% agree. We want to get this project out in a very broad way because it's very powerful. So thank you.
Yeah, yeah. I guess I was thinking that the artist would get a cut of what was printed if they chose, if that was if their piece was one of the ones that got printed out. So I guess I wasn't thinking that we would make a profit off of it, but that it would be a way for us to promote those artists.
Yeah, and we pretty routinely, we have different ways of promoting our public art projects that are, free to the community. And so I would like to explore that avenue too. So they're widely accessible.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all for me.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Perales?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Dave, for the report. It was helpful to get an idea of, I think, an overview on all the different services that city staff has been engaged in. Certainly that's, a part of the conversations we have with our community members when we talk about what's still happening, how has COVID impacted us, and having that sort of information, I think a better snapshot and slides that we can show them is helpful. So I do appreciate that. And certainly to all of our city staff, you picked a great person to recognize, Sarah Zarate, for today, and appreciate that as well. In regards to the art program, just a personal story with it. My neighbor was actually one of the artists that was selected for 2 pieces there, and I got to see him working on some of those works in his garage. He had a newborn just a month or so before the pandemic hit. He's an art instructor, and it was neat to see his artwork as 2 of the ones that were selected, and he was really excited about the program. As an artist himself and as an instructor, and actually some of his students, is my understanding, some of his students were selected as well. I think he used to teach down at the School of Visual Philosophy here, and still teaches now on a private studio out in off of Sunnyvale Saratoga Road. But it's exciting to see that our local art community was able to engage in this way. And thank you, Carrie, and all the city staff that played a part, and at the airport as well, our airport staff, in making this possible. I think art is the best way that we can not only tell the stories of this pandemic, but that we will continue to tell them, and they will be remembered. And there are so many different, obviously, perspectives on how people have dealt with the pandemic, as Councilmember Barza points out, in regards to the individuals that have suffered and struggled through it. We've seen the divide, whether it's the digital divide, which is I think the most sort of one that's presented itself the most in regards to this pandemic because of shelter in place and working remotely. We recognize, the difference between have and have-nots when it comes to digital access and what that's meant for the pandemic. But seeing it through art, I think, is truly impressive. And so I'm excited about this installment. And again, just appreciate the work that went into that. Thank you, Dave, for recognizing the memo and then the advocacy that came in from SVO and the Downtown Association in regards to some of the operations in alfresco. Each of our solutions to this pandemic, as with any solution, right, we know that it's going to introduce new challenges for us. And certainly that's what we've seen with alfresco. And in this case, I think it's not necessarily something that it's, we don't want to do. We know that we want to continue to do it. In fact, as SVO and Downtown Association have stated, and Mayor, we may have to connect because my office was working on a memo as well to go to rules for some extended operations in the downtown core. Because I agree with that, and I agree with their advocacy, and heard from a lot of the business owners this weekend. And I do think there's some common sense behind why would we want to encourage people at 10 o'clock to then maybe go indoors, especially in areas like our entertainment zones. So I think that there's some logical solutions that we can look to for that. And at the same time, we know that we had a couple tragedies this past weekend, and albeit maybe not necessarily in our public alfresco zones, but still the same concept of outdoor dining. And I have been out to a number myself and done some some canvassing and just engage in dialogue with individuals that are participating. And actually, this has come up a theme of sort of not necessarily feeling as though the setups are all completely safe. And a lot of them being in parking lots, right? Or even if they're along the street. And I know in the sites that we have in the downtown that we have officially either closed off or like in the SOFA district where we've cornered off some of the parking areas, we've put up nice cement barriers or K-rail. And those are very protective and very helpful, but that's not the case for everywhere, right? And certainly not the case because not everybody is necessarily, utilizing even the application process for alfrescos. A lot of businesses are just opening up outdoors and putting seating outside in their parking lots. Sort of everybody's been trying to adapt and overcome through the pandemic. I would agree with Councilmember Esparza, though, that it's not completely clear, and that's what my hope was, is how do we not only message better, how do we provide the right resources, and really thinking about these instances of safety and wanting these businesses to still be able to serve outdoors, but ensuring that there is some level of safety in that regard, and having a way to either double check that or go out and help these individuals to come in compliance, that it at least provides a level of safety where we won't have necessarily what was, it could have been just an accident, as Councilor pointed out, and nobody injured, but unfortunately because of the setup and people being seated outdoors in a parking lot, cost somebody their life. And so we want to be able to again continue these alfresco operations, but do so in a safer manner. So thank you, Dave, for responding to that in regards to coming back. I do think if there, it sounds like, Dave, you mentioned that there could be an opportunity to work a little bit more swiftly, which is some of the, as I'm calling, more logical expansion, like the timing for, especially for some of these entertainment zones. But I don't know if we should still, so I don't know if we should still go to, rules with a memo, or is that something you think that staff is saying, yeah, no, we hear you loud and clear and we're able to come back?
Well, certainly I'm not opposed to a memo, but I think in the meantime, what we would be looking to do is see what we can do administratively, on both fronts, in terms of the safety front and in terms of modifying the hours. Also, what can we accomplish through updating the emergency order, issuing a new emergency order if necessary, and that might provide us a more urgent path forward. And then certainly if we haven't been able to accomplish any, all the things that are anticipated through the memos that might come forward, then we would still be able to lock in a council date to take action on anything that we haven't been able to accomplish.
Okay. Guess then maybe I'll connect, see Mayor, with your team offline, just because we may still want to do a memo, as you're pointing out, Dave. Maybe it's not gonna hurt anything, but it sounds like you at least have an idea of a path forward regardless, which I do appreciate. And those are all my questions, and I do thank again staff. I know a lot of this, especially with item 3.1, these are things that happen at the last minute, things we all may want to hear about. You're planning and preparing for presentations. And that's where you can tell, obviously, all the thorough work has been put into, and then we throw you curveballs at the last minute. But albeit, right, we're responding to what's just happening out there in our community, and so appreciate staff's willingness to pivot as well and focus on some of these needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Allison. Yeah, we'll work with your team on that. Councilmember Camas.
Thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate Council's last statement, and I also really appreciated staff's presentation. I do have concerns about public safety. I actually saw the mayor on Channel 2 yesterday talking about homicides and the increase in homicides, and in the past we also talked about the increases in domestic violence. And to that extent, I know that the mayor was puzzled and didn't offer, at least on Channel 2, reasons why the increase has taken place. And I could tell you that while we remain a relatively safe city, these trends of they've disturbed our constituents, and several of my constituents have expressed concern about the rise in car break-ins, especially the increases in violent crimes as well. So I do hope that we can get some ideas on what's been causing the rises. And I know that due to COVID, the county and the state have released a lot of the prison population or in the jail populations early. And a lot of these folks have, under Prop 37, 47, 57, 36 realignment, have been given early releases. And some of them are actually have committed domestic violence. And I'm wondering if staff can look into the numbers of the ones that we're catching, the ones that we're arresting. Do these people have criminal histories? And if so, I want to know, because this could be one of the problems that we're facing in the rise. I could tell you that a lot of the folks in my district, are seeing increases in, like I said, burglaries, car break-ins. We have a lot of robberies in my district in the shopping centers, and I'm hoping. I know that you may not be prepared to answer this, city manager, but it is a big concern, and I'm hoping that we can. If you can answer it today, fantastic. If not, can we ask staff to come back to see if there's any correlation between the crimes going up and the recidivism? That's my question.
Yeah, thank you, council member, and certainly appreciate the heads up that you gave me yesterday on this, and I saw some of the news media coverage of this as well. And so, yeah, we would like to come back to be able to provide a little insight to what's going on the article I saw, the media story I saw this morning. I was at least relieved to see that the increase in crime in our city was much less than some of the other cities, the big cities in the Bay Area. But nonetheless, I think coming back with a little bit more information and a little bit more insight from our perspective would be helpful and a worthwhile conversation.
I appreciate that, and my hats off to our police force, who I think we actually catch people more often than other cities. I think that's one of the reasons why we have lower crime. But I do want to know, in fact, if we are picking up a murderer, was he or she convicted of something and had been early released? And that, I think, is top of mind for a lot of people in my district. In any case, I appreciate that. I love the artwork, and I share some of the things that Dev had mentioned. I'd love to see the artworks perhaps at our libraries, so that you don't have to go to the airport and catch a flight to look, or I guess you can't go into the libraries either, unfortunately, but somewhere a little more accessible would be great, so that the public could actually see some of the fantastic, beautiful work that you have chosen. And I the brief 3-second glimpse of each one was great, but I'd love to see some of these at a more leisurely pace. Yeah, I guess that's not a question, but that's a hope. Carrie, you're always out doing yourself all the time. But as far as this is concerned, I want more of the public to see it, not just the ones that are leaving or coming in. Is my only suggestion. And thank you, staff, for all your work on.
Thank you. Challenge accepted.
Okay.
I want to just, I have a word on that.
Okay.
Hashtag holding the moment SJ.
Holding the moment SJ.
That's where you will see them and have as much time with you want as you want with the artworks and their narratives.
Yeah,
Okay.
got the link.
All right. Wonderful. And maybe we can get a few samples and I could post them on my Facebook and do the and Twitter and do the hashtag. In any case, thank you. Thank you all. And thank you for the food distribution services. As I see my own Kiwanis Club of Almaden stepping up to distribute food too. I understand that the large tasks that we have. I also want to thank staff for all the food distribution efforts that they are doing in our city. So thank you for doing that. I know that the public is is much better off for all the work that you're doing. So
thank you. Councilmember Foley.
Great, thank you. Wonderful presentation, and I agree that acknowledging Sarah for her work was an outstanding recognition. All the mapping she's done in looking at our street by street is really impressive. I do also, I want to congratulate you, Carrie, and for the vision with the art project that we have. I think that's really a wonderful opportunity, not just to showcase what's going on in COVID through the vision of an artist, but to actually compensate them for their work. They are entrepreneurs, they're struggling too, just like everyone else. So the fact that we can pull from their talent and showcase their talent and give them a little stipend will, I'm sure, help them cover their overhead for a little bit. So I think that's really wonderful. We have to help all of our small business people as much as possible, our entrepreneurs, and it's one way that we can be successful and help them. So I'm really, really happy to see the art program. I do have a lot of comments about blight and trash, but that's coming up later in the agenda, so I'll discuss that later. Also, I have comments about older adults, but we have the age-friendly initiative, and I'll bring that up at that time. But I have two questions, or one comment actually, and one is about the alfresco going to midnight. I don't think that works in all of the city. I think it definitely works in the entertainment corridor, but before we consider doing something across the city, we ought to consider the neighborhoods, because as Councilmember Esparza said, some of our neighborhood communities do not want the additional noise, additional traffic, additional people coming in and out at late nights when that's not what they signed on to when they moved into the community. So we want to be really sensitive to our communities. So that's related to the al fresco. The only question I really have relates to the community centers. I agree with Councilmember Esparza that we need to provide opportunities for our kids to be active, constructively active, to play and to physically engage in basketball or whatever through our community centers. But we're forgetting a population, and that is our seniors, our older Americans too, our older adults. We need to make sure they too need to not be isolated, and by one way they can do that is by going to a community center. So my question is I have a question about the COVID community centers later, but what about the non-COVID community centers? When do we plan on reopening them, and how are we doing that?
Thank you for the question, Council Member. I'll start it off and then I'll turn it over to some of the people closer to the reality, John Cicerelli and Jill. A couple of things I want to say. We're going to be going a little bit more in depth on the senior services as a separate item later. So if you're okay with that, we'll defer the in-depth conversation until then, but we do think it's a very, very important question. On the question of community centers, top line, it's useful to realize that about 15 out of our 24 community centers are currently being used very successfully in our Learning Pods program to support student learners. So I want to give John, who's been mastermind and running the team behind that, a chance to go into a little more detail on how the community centers are being used even as we speak. John?
Thanks, Kip. John Cicerelli, Director of Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services. Appreciate the question, Councilmember Foley, and others. I know a lot of you are interested. But I think it'd be easiest for me to share my screen real quick and show you a quick walkthrough how childcare impacts community centers. Hopefully everybody can see this. And so what I'm showing you here is, this is the all-day learning pod. So this is where kids come in for the full day and do distance learning. And then we try to help them. And these classes are limited to 12 kids per room. And so you can see at the top here, the prices are free right now because we only offer this to scholarship eligible kids. And these are all the sites down here. And you can see the enrollment. And some only have one. So if capacity is 12, you only have one. But you can look here at Berryessa and see it has capacity of 48. So it's got 12 pods in there. That means 4 pods. That means 4 different rooms in that community center are being used. And so you can see this touches on all the major community centers. I think there's about 5 libraries in here as well. We have 16 different sites. This is the enrollment for the current class right now. And if I scroll down a little bit, you'll see here. So we have a sub capacity of 360. And this is our enrollment as of right now, 325. This enrollment has been going up rapidly. The first few sessions we were doing referrals only from the schools themselves. And as they identified kids in need and so on, that left us sitting at about 175 for a while. So then we opened it more broadly to the community that anybody who can qualify for our scholarship program could enroll. So you can see that jumps. So we're nearing capacity there on that program across those community centers. This is just the next enrollment period, same class. You can see, again, 320 to 360. We are finding that once kids are enrolled, they tend to be pretty stably enrolled session after session after session. These are done in 3-week sessions. We're required to do that under the county health order. After 3 weeks, the groups can split up and remix or do other things, but for 3 weeks, they have to stay together with the same teachers. We're also finding that most students just stay together in the same pod. We're not swapping people out very much. The other program we do is after school programs. You can see these are also free under the scholarship plan. We are allowing some public to use it because, as you'll see below here, enrollment is really low. So our capacity is 81. We have 23 people in it. And largely they are at Emma Prush and Happy Hollow. We're finding that people like the outdoor activity. And then you can see we established a few over there at Roosevelt. We have a big need in that neighborhood. And so we're really trying to get something up and going there and trying to push it. But then you can see the next session, 81, but still only 23, 81, but only 23. So this is an area where we're robbing Peter to pay Paul because we don't need to support it as much. We don't need to support the after school program as much. We're using them to run the all day learning pods. And then lastly, we do preschool. So we have rec preschool. And again, it's free if you qualify for the scholarship. But also you can pay to use it as well. And then here's your enrollment down here. You can see we have a capacity of only 64 and 51 have enrolled. We have 1 at Roosevelt, 1 at Berryessa, 1 at Southside, and 1 at Emma Prush right now. You can see in the next session, enrollment's actually going down a little bit. Now these sessions are much longer. So you can see that first session runs from September through December, and then the second session picks up in January. So we may get more enrollment in January. We'll have to see. And then this is the last segment, which is again 64 and 38. You can see on the bottom. So we also do virtual, and we run these out of the community centers over here on the left. We run them out of here, but you can see we have a capacity to handle about 163 students. We have 92. This just recently started, so I don't have a lot of data on how it's going, but it's obviously not simple to keep a 4-year-old child sitting still in front of a screen. So I'll stop sharing there. And I will just combine that with the slide, one of the slides you saw earlier, where you saw that when Kelly Parmalee was doing her presentation, and you saw how staff is assigned to the EOC, and you saw how many PRNS staff are assigned to support the EOC in those operations in one way or another. Councilmember Camus just mentioned the food distribution. That's a big area that we're involved in. So you combine those two things. We're using all those rooms in those community centers, not every room, but many rooms. We do food distribution out of those sites. We run virtual programs out of those sites. We run preschool out of those sites. So they're pretty heavily impacted right now, even though you can't just walk in as a member of the public and hang out and do your thing or go to a program. There's a lot of activity happening at these community centers. So we are allowing for our leisure vendors to start doing outdoor classes. So we haven't had a lot of people take us up on it. I think we have about 4 or 5 that are doing things like yoga in the park and stuff like that. We are looking at how we could try to provide leisure maybe in the second half of the year. But right now you can see we're super engaged with this work around childcare and food distribution and EOC support. So our capacity to even have programming is fairly limited right now to keep adding more and more. We are going to open up some teen centers. We do recognize that group is underserved in what I just showed you. So we're going through the EOC safety process to make sure we put everything in place so that kids have some place to go after school, particularly in some of these heavier impacted areas, you know, the Seven Trees and Roosevelts and Mayfairs and things like that. So we're trying to figure all that out. We're also trying to get our youth outreach and Project Hope team back on the street, back out in the community. Same thing, going through the EOC process. Obviously, doing youth intervention is very tricky these days because a lot of that work gets done on the school campus when you're around the kids. And we're not able to do that because they're not at school in the same way. So we're trying to find creative ways. We've even sort of renegotiated many of our best contracts with our providers in the community to allow for some of their work to be emergency response related, right? So help with food distribution as a way to connect to these kids' families in the community, right, that are in trouble. So all that to say, it's not so simple to just open the community centers and start doing programming, especially indoor programming, which would be very limited anyways, right? Once you're inside, the rules do change. You know, I know that you have these big numbers for gathering, but my understanding is those numbers are largely related to very specific events. It's not just everybody can get together and have a party with 200 people. Call it a wedding.
So a pretty good off the cuff answer there, John. I'm gonna give it to Jill. No pressure, Jill, to give us some perspective on the libraries. I don't think she prepared a PhD, but she is our library director, so she's capable of anything. Go for it, Jill.
Yeah, this will be very quick, actually. With the libraries, as we move into the next stage, we've actually prepared several requests to increase services in alignment with that 25% capacity number that you're seeing for businesses and restaurants and others. So those are all, as I think Kelly actually mentioned it, but there was so much information that there are several requests in the hopper that the safety team is currently reviewing and that will be prepared to implement as soon as we get the go ahead. It includes access to our tech centers, lobby access, and again, some other building access as long as we can ensure the social distancing and safety.
And the only thing I'll add, in all seriousness, really appreciate, John, you going into that depth. It does show you kind of the simultaneous equations that we have to solve, because every program impacts everything else. Every program takes more space than it used to. Every program has to be run differently than it used to before. And so everything is from food distribution to distance learning to all the services we want to see resume are all part of the same equation that we're trying to solve simultaneously. So for those of you who didn't enjoy calculus, you get a chance to do it again here. So with that, I've lost track of exactly of which council member this arose from. So I'm going to hand it back to you on council.
Okay, I'll just finish up by saying we of course we want to do everything that is safe for our employees. John, don't go anywhere. Safe for our staff and safe for our children. That's ultimately the most important thing, but engaging them is also important too. And John, as I kept writing down questions and you kept answering them ahead of time. So I really appreciate the detail you brought. And it was good to see you in public the other day. You're looking good. Take care. We'll see you. And I'm done. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Arenas? Councilmember Arenas, you may be muted right now. I think you are. Yep, there you go.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a power outage earlier today, and I'm still delayed with all the rearrangement I had to make to get myself online. But thank you. Yeah, it was a novice error in not unmuting myself, and nothing to do with the power outages that I had to deal with earlier. I'm going to start with where Councilmember Foley left off, and I'm glad that she was asking about a lot of the programs that we have. As I think they're absolutely important. You know, I have a 5-year-old and a 12-year-old who would really benefit from all these recreation programs. What I have noticed is how our schools are kind of stepping up and filling that space for our children. We have, through Evergreen School District, dance classes every Wednesday for the different age brackets from kinder to 8th grade. And they have them during staff development days. So for those of you who may not be familiar with this, but our children don't necessarily go to school 5 days a week, even during non-COVID days. Usually they get out rather early on a day specified by the school district, agreed by the teachers, and that's a staff development day. And so for my son on Wednesdays, he logs in for about an hour and a half or so. And then it's independent study. And so this is a staff development time, and I think it offers us an opportunity to maybe also provide some additional support for that school district. It doesn't have to be just Evergreen, it could be anywhere really. And so Evergreen is actually doing a couple of things. They're doing public speaking, they're doing debate, they're doing dance. I forget they're doing something else and I can't remember. John, you probably know this because you're also in the district. And so I wonder if there's something that we can do differently. I heard you say that some of our providers or the contractors that we typically would ask to come on board that are outside, like the soccer classes and things of that sort, aren't really biting or accepting this level of opportunity. I wonder if maybe we can propose it slightly different and integrate it into an online opportunity.
Thanks for the question, Councilmember. Yeah, so we do have virtual recreation up. I will say we haven't been able to give as much attention as we were in the summer because the 3 levels of childcare I've been talking about earlier have really taken up most of our remaining bandwidth. So we haven't been able to give it the care and feeding we want to. However, there are things up there that kids can do. We do get vendors that come to us say, hey, we're willing to provide you more content. So we start working on deals with them to do content so we don't have to come up with everything. We're also pushing out some virtual events. In fact, I'll make a plug here. Halloween, we're going to allow the drive-through trick-or-treating as the county allows at some of our community centers. Some of you are working with us on that, but if others of you want to, I know Councilmember Esparza donated candy for us to give out in single-use bags, but also some donate pumpkins, I think, at some of the events. So you don't have to donate anything. You don't have to have an event, but I just want to make you aware. It's most likely would happen the Friday before Halloween, so the 30th. But our staff has been reaching out to yours to coordinate when they're running these. We're not running them at every community center, but where we have the capacity, we are trying to. And then Also, trying to develop some virtual content ourselves is still a goal of ours. We'll probably make more headway on that over the winter when we have a little bit more of a break. However, our future is kind of uncertain too, right? We don't know what's going to happen in January yet. You know, some schools are talking about hybrid models and things like that, where so some days the kids will be in and some days they won't, or maybe you can opt out and stay in a learning pod, or maybe they're going to run learning pods. So we just don't know what's going to happen. And so virtual makes a lot of sense because once it's up and done, you've put in the work. Our problem is just building the content. But we agree, we definitely want to be able to try to provide more for the community so that folks have things to do, and we're learning as we go as well.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, John. The reason I offered it this way is that our children and our families don't really have to sign up. They don't have to register. They don't have to do any more additional steps than just really showing up, because it's really a free service to whoever it is that shows up for those days. And it really is, you've probably seen your son participate possibly in some of these. And so it's really easy. I just thought it would be much easier on our department to integrate with our schools. And our schools are, doing the contract with these folks. I don't know how it would all work out. I just think that there's an opportunity for us to do something here that would take some of the onus off of PRNS to create their own content, to do some additional work. And the reason I'm getting to this is because I heard earlier, and I think it was Sarah Sarata when she was presenting, that PRNS, and I think it was Public Works, I think she mentioned both of those departments as heavily leveraged, right? And when you're heavily leveraged, there's a lot of weight on you, right? And there's a lot of expectation to deliver. There's also, PRNS is historically one of the departments that gets hit the most in terms of cuts. And so when we take a look at how much we are relying on PRNS to do a lot of great community work, from the census, door to door, door knocking to online classes. I just think we have to take that into consideration when we make cuts, when there's so much that we're relying, because it's the first department that offers something to our families when everybody is at their worst, right? When we don't really have that additional money to spend on classes and things of that sort. PRNS is always a very affordable opportunity for all of us. And so I think recognizing that PRNS is heavily leveraged, has been, will probably continue to, and recognizing that this is going to be a slow recovery, that we take that into account, because I think we're going to continue to rely on them to deliver a lot of really good programs and services, childcare. I mean, just a lot of programming. And so this is just something I wanted to make sure that is taken into account as we move forward. And then, just lastly, that piece about the school, integrating those two things, John, but we could talk about that offline. The last thing I want to talk about on the childcare piece is, originally there was a 500 student capacity, but I think I heard you say there was 360 capacity at this point. Why the difference? What happened?
Sure. No, sorry. I think we presented that information in a confusing way, perhaps. So the 550 is combining all-day learning pods and all-day in the after-school program. So the 360 plus the 200 gets you around 550. So that's what we were talking about. Those are programs for our school-age kids, separate from preschool. But as you saw, most kids aren't using the after-school program. It's the all-day that seems to be in demand.
Yeah, in the after-school program, I mean, it mirrors the learning pod in terms of there isn't recreation programming happening on
No,
site.
actually, the after-school program's like the traditional rock program, right? So they get a little homework help if they need it, and then it's recreation programming. And we think that's probably what
The
people.
rock and learn.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Got it. Okay. What one of the concerns I heard last week from one of our principals, and this is something that I spoke to the team that presented last week. I think it's Sarah Sarate, Rick from DOT. We were talking about the new joined forces from Beautify San Jose and the litter pickup and beautification, and making sure that it's all very driven by data. And one of the areas that I wanted consideration, and I think it also comes to play here, is that one of the principal from KR Smith sent me some information last week saying that they had students who were dropping out of our learning pod because of the homeless encampments that they were encountering, the folks that they were encountering as on their way to drop off their children. And so, and I think, I don't know if they re-registered folks but they just noticed that there's a continuous drop off from families. And so my question is, how are we going to prioritize our community centers and our libraries? I know that both of those areas are just common, just areas where there's a lot of congregation of our unhoused community. But we're also trying to run programming for our children and families. And so those two things have a bit of a conflict if families don't feel, one, they're already feeling some trepidation about bringing their children on site. And now they have to deal with, encountering folks that they normally wouldn't have interacted with had they stayed at home. How do we deal with that?
I'll ask, if I could, John, I'm actually going to ask Jim Ortball to weigh in on this one, and then we'll maybe follow up a little bit.
Provide one piece of context? Are we talking about right next to Wells Park? Yeah, that group is fully enrolled. Just for your information, we don't have any dropouts. It's a full 12 in that class. But I know Jim, we can speak to the issue.
Okay, yeah. Then I don't know where the confusion is. If the principal, I don't know what it is, but I like I said, I just got this on Friday, and actually it's meant something that I mentioned to the team that presented to me on Friday about Beautify San Jose and their new effort. So I'm happy to just reconfirm that because I don't want to reiterate information that is not accurate, but this is what they were telling me. So
I'll check it today to be sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Yeah, I think that is the right thing to do on that, counselors. Let's just check to see what is happening at Welch specifically. I know our team that met with you, they did forward that on to me, and I think we're looking at a lot of different factors in terms of where to focus our kind of assessments and interventions, where encampments are causing significant challenges for our community, and how do we intervene and address what's going on so that normal functioning can happen and city programs can run, neighbors can feel safe in their neighborhood, a variety of those things. So it's certainly your point around access to city programs and equity, particularly for families, is an important consideration. We have many of them though, and we're going to be taking that into kind of our overall capacity to assess many locations. We have dozens of locations throughout our city that really probably need an assessment and some type of intervention. So duly noted, and it's already been communicated back into our team, and we're considering that as we finalize our protocols to address those types of situations.
Great. I appreciate the consideration, Jim. I think that there's an opportunity also for a pilot portion of your efforts in maybe addressing a couple of sites that have some issues like this. And, we will confirm to see what is really happening behind that. I know that, numbers can change from one day to another, and the way that people feel about their level of safety as they're driving in and out of an area can change as well. So I think overall, there's just some level of consideration that we need to provide for our community centers and our libraries, knowing that this is our libraries are still, this is one of the main ways that people can have access to the internet. And, if you don't have one of those, awesome hotspots that, that Jill procured and that we distributed, then you're still driving somewhere or walking somewhere to have access to the internet. And so I get that we're still going to have some natural congregation, but I think that we also need to figure out how do we also address some of the issues that parents would have and caregivers would have as they're dropping off their children at a learning pod. And, and the kids are also going to have some exercise time or outside time during recess and whatnot. And so I don't necessarily think those two things conflict, but I think they need some level of consideration. So I appreciate that.
And John is part of our team that is overseeing that protocol. So we're obviously in close communication on that issue.
Thank you. And the last item that I was just going to bring up is, and thank you so much, Jim. Thank you, John, for the response. The last thing I was going to talk about was an update from our police department around domestic violence and sexual assault. I know those numbers were a bit on a rise the last time that we saw it come through our public safety committee. And it would be wonderful to get this information to all of our council and mayor, hopefully at the next time that we present, if that would be possible, Dave.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. So yeah, I think we need to be able to put the information together and get that back out to you all and then have that discussion. So yes, that's our commitment.
Awesome. Wonderful, wonderful. So lastly, I just also want to thank the leadership of Councilmember Esparza and Carrasco on the census, and really as well as our own department and their efforts to make sure that we deliver and recognize some of the trends in some of our zip codes. I certainly don't have all of my district with low return rates, but there are some areas that I know are just historically low turnout. And so I know that we focused on some of those areas. We try to help out as much as we could for District 5. And so at this point, I really want to thank my team for going out and just having that extra effort to help out our neighbors, as well as support our census efforts. So thank you and everyone who was part of it. Jeff, I see you are now on board. Wonderful. And then I think Vilcia was also very absolutely a lead in that effort. And so, and if I'm forgetting, please, I apologize, but absolutely grateful. This is meaningful work, and I'm glad that our council colleagues didn't let it slide, not one bit, and our department staff didn't either. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Yeah, big shout out to Mario Maciel and his hard work. And thank you for recognizing Councilmembers Esparza and Carrasco and their teams for their hard work. Councilmember Carrasco?
And actually, I'm so sorry, before Councilmember Carrasco comes on board. Of course, Mayor, your office led great efforts in anticipation of this with some awesome, I think, online and apps and things of that sort. I don't know exactly what the app looked like in the end, but I know there was a lot of work on your part and on your office part. And so also thank you for the work that you've done for our city.
Thank you. It was a wonderful community collaboration with many nonprofits and community organizations helping to find places where people are living that are not conventional, which we know is too often the case in our very expensive city. Councilmember Carrasco?
Yes, thank you. And I'm not sure if you can hear me. My computer broke, and so I'm on my cell phone trying to catch everything that everyone's saying.
Yeah,
can you all hear me?
We're hearing you fine. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So this is a nice segue in terms of the census, and I don't know if Tony can hear me, but I'm hoping that she can put up the maps that we forwarded to her and be able to display them. I think it's nice to have a visual, and I'm sure that we're going to get a more in-depth report at some point, but I really wanted to be able to highlight a couple of things that I think are really important, because there's so many folks that we need to thank for these efforts. And when my team would come back, they would say, hey, we got 2 more families, or we got 3 more families. Sometimes it was a record breaking number of families, and it was sometimes 7 families. And I know that doesn't sound like a lot, but for those who went out there and were knocking on the doors, let me tell you, as Councilmember Esparza had mentioned, the rhetoric at the national level did they did a fantastic job in terms of really frightening our families and making sure that they went underground. It was like pulling teeth trying to get our families to fill out that census. So so I want to show this map, and this is the map that that really spurred the energy around pushing and really thinking outside of the box and trying to really figure out what we needed to do to get our families counted. But as you can see, as of the 1st of September, we were in big trouble. And for me, like I was saying, every family that was counted when my team came back, we would actually break it down and say, well, how many people were counted? Because for every person counted, it's approximately 4,300. And we would start doing the math and tallying it up and making sure that we knew how much money we were bringing in over the next 10 years. And if you look at especially those in yellow, those were I call them precincts, but those were the census tracts that we were so very much concerned with, because they were trending under 70%. And of course, those numbers were underrepresented, undercounted, especially as they compared to the last census count of 2010. So we were in big trouble. And unfortunately, I don't have District 7's maps up here. I thought we did. I'm sorry, Councilmember Esparza. But basically, we were mirror images of each other. And if you move on to the next map, Tony, please. And so the next map shows you the movement that we made. And so we still have a couple of yellow, but most of them turned green. Many of them turned blue. And the blue represented over between 80 and 90%. Of course, I don't think we hit any 90%, but we did go in many cases above the census count of 2010. And even in the green, some of them went above the census count of 2010. And so this was really a collective effort from a lot of folks that pushed really hard. They didn't stop walking, even though we had some of the worst air quality days that we've ever seen. They kept walking. My team kept walking. I know Councilmember Esparza's team kept walking. I also want to thank, as Councilmember Arenas just mentioned, her team came out and helped us in District 5, because we started reaching out to everyone and anyone who would be willing to listen, because we just knew that we couldn't have entire communities erased from the history of San Jose and erased from, over the next 10 years, erased from our count. It's that important, not just the monies that are going to come in, but what it represents in terms of data, in terms of how we use that data to inform policy and to inform a lot of the decisions that we make moving forward. But especially representation. Representation means everything, and we want to make sure that those folks that need to be counted are going to be counted, especially in underserved and under-resourced communities. So I really want to thank everyone that pulled the resources together. I think the lessons learned here, Councilmember Esparza did a great job when she mentioned that we discovered that a lot of our partners to begin with, we're very focused on activities, not so much eh, um, end results, which was a little disappointing, and that was verbalized to us. There was no real matrix, there was no real numbers that we could depend on, and as a result, we saw that our numbers were very low, and there was an inability to pivot once COVID hit, and so we know that nobody was expecting a pandemic, and I'm very proud of our city staff that our directors, our supervisors, our staff has really, I think, stepped up their game and has shown the world how we can pivot when a crisis like a pandemic hits. And very proud to be able to live in this city, especially. I think that and I've said it every Tuesday. This these group of people make me proud of living here, because we're taking care of individuals who are in most need. And I think Kip keeps mentioning the motto about compassion, dealing with each other with compassion and humanity. And I have to say, I don't like to ever mention individuals who call on the line, but there are sometimes folks who call in and are lacking compassion and humanity, and this is not the time to lack those qualities. This is the time to really step up compassion and humanity, because other individuals are really hanging on by just the skin of their teeth, and are going through some incredibly difficult times that other individuals may be completely oblivious to. So I want to thank again everyone who really stepped it up and who jumped in. Also, Assembly Member Ash Kabra came out and was also very helpful. Decided to name September census. I don't know, but he also was great in doing that. So thank you so much. That's all I wanted to mention regarding the census. So that's good. Thank you so much, Tony, for that. And then I wanted to also touch on the alfresco. So a couple of things. Of course, District 7 is not the district that I represent, but it is East San Jose, and I'm the neighboring district, and the tragedies in both these plazas impact my district. And it was just a tragic weekend to have individuals hurt, and then of course the loss of life, and making sure that we figure out how to help people and support individuals who are really struggling and trying to make their businesses, trying to help their businesses survive a pandemic. I think it just is incumbent upon us, and we should do everything possible to support the businesses, but also encourage our patrons to continue to get out there and support their local businesses. This is what we've been saying. And so I'm very supportive of especially the downtown businesses who would like to remain open. I don't think we're going to have warm weather for much longer. I think this is beautiful weather. It's a double-edged sword. We've both been blessed, but it's an interesting scenario. It's part of the climate change and the devastation that now in October we still don't need sweaters. We can eat until much later. We can stay outdoors until much later. I will tell you that in my district, we had a tragedy befallen upon us. Folks who were out enjoying themselves for much later hours than they should have been. Our neighbors are not enjoying these late hours that the businesses are staying open, and they're not enjoying the loud music. And so I don't know if I'm going to be able to support that outside of the downtown area. It's something that I'd have to take it back to my district, but I just don't see that happening. But I am very supportive of it taking place outside of this district. And with that, I'll yield. the rest of my time. Again, thank you to our city staff for doing everything and anything possible during this very difficult time, not only to make sure that our families are sheltered, to make sure that they're fed. I have never talked about baby wipes, but I'll take my time and say today, to make sure that there's baby wipes in people's hands, because if people need them, let's make sure they have them. And so I'm also grateful to the partners who make sure that those baby wipes are in people's hands, because I don't think we've bought baby wipes. I think our partners have bought baby wipes. So I'm grateful to those partners who have thought of things that I've never thought about, like baby wipes. So grateful for that as well. And I'm grateful for the individual that called and gave me credit for that. But thank you to those who are also thinking of how we're going to keep our youth safe, because those incidents are going up in my district as well. And I had a 13-year-old in our school district who nearly lost his life because of a drive-by shooting. Had nothing to do with any of that nonsense, but yet he was a casualty and a victim and ended up in the hospital fighting for his life. And so, so looking forward to how we're going to put our heads together to make sure that our kids stay safe, they stay engaged, and they stay stimulated, so that we make sure that that the public safety is ensured for all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember. And again, thank you to you and to Councilmember Esparza and also Councilmember Arenas for all your work in ensuring that in San Jose everyone is counted, although obviously it's impossible for us to count everyone. Clearly we've done better than just about any other big city. And I think we do need some work on our marketing though. I think I heard that we were the #2 out of 89 cities, but whatever city was #1 had what, 290,000 people, is that right? Who had that statistic?
Yeah, Lincoln, Nebraska, which has 285,000, had a higher self-response rate than we did. So we're the largest city with 290 and above.
Okay, well, the mayor of Lincoln is a friend of mine, so hopefully she's not watching. I'll just say we're the #1 big city in America. I'll leave it at that.
Right.
Thank you very much, Jeff, for all your work. And I am proud of how everybody pulled together, particularly a lot of community organizations too. Really fantastic. And thank you to everyone in the city. Question for Dave. On the combined giving campaign, I think the link that you sent out in the email probably works on the internet, but when I tried it, does not seem to go anywhere. So maybe we could just try another link for folks, since so many of us are working from home.
Yes, absolutely, Mayor. And Jill's here listening, so we can follow up on that. Yep.
Okay, thanks, Jill.
We'll follow up.
Wonderful, thank you. Really was very impressed by all of the presentation around that Kelly and Kip gave around, how we thought about how our workforce transitions back to full operations, and it was really instructive, and appreciate that work. And I guess all these slides are going to be made available. Is that right? Okay, wonderful. Because I think that's important for all of us to see.
Yeah, Mayor, the slideshow is already posted. Yep.
Okay, great. And do appreciate, I think as Kelly mentioned, that, in addition to some departments that were never shutting down, were always full speed. Some of them really had, lots of people in this organization had to speed up quite a bit during this pandemic and do 2 jobs rather than 1, or 3 jobs if they were already doing 2. And I thought that was a great shout out to IT, because I know that the effort to keep employees working remotely was not an easy lift, and there were a lot of fixing that needed to be done. So thanks to Rob and his team and IT for all that work. I did have some questions about individual sets of responsibilities and why they were in red or why they were in yellow, why they weren't up to 100% yet. And maybe those are conversations that are better had offline in greater detail. But it wasn't totally apparent to me, like, for example, why vehicle abatement was still under 50% and so forth. So if there's an appropriate way to pose those questions, Dave. If this is the right time, great. If not, I'm happy to go into greater detail later.
Yeah, I think to some degree, this is the right time. You know, I not that we'll necessarily have all the answers, but I think we were prepared for questions like this. So Kip, and if you want to talk vehicle abatement in particular, John Ristow's, I think, on.
Yeah, I think they're in the yellow zone.
Yeah, so we do have John Ristow on, and I think we even have a couple of slides in the back pocket if Andrew can pop those up. John, are you John Ristow?
Yes, I'm here. John Ristow,
Excellent.
Director of Transportation. Mayor, was that a specific question about where we are with vehicle abatement? For our parking compliance officers, they do a number of different things besides that, but was it really about service level? Was a question?
Yeah, because I think they're in the zone of 25 to 50%. And I would imagine that would be one of those things that would be a fairly safe activity relative to others.
Yes and no. It's not only our staff, it's the people that their vehicles may be impacted that we had to take into consideration as well, whether they could get them back. But I do have staff here that can answer these questions, but maybe why don't we just try to run through a couple of slides and provide yourself and the rest of the council with a little bit of more context and background of where we ended up with when we shut down in March. And then since then, we have been phasing back in services. So I think we're probably a little bit beyond 50% now, but I know Heather is here and she could probably walk through this and actually do the detail and be able to answer the questions of where we are at each one of the steps. So if you want to do that, Heather, that'd be good if she's on. If not, I'll just do it.
I am here. Happy to step in.
Sure.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Heather Hoshi, Division Manager over Parking and Downtown Operations with DOT. Just to give you a little kind of quick insight into how we transitioned from our initial shutdown of non-essential services with regard to all parking services, garages, lots, meters, as well as the parking compliance and vehicle abatement. But I'd like to first start off this presentation kind of giving a overview of traditional vehicle abatement through San Jose 311. Our service requests typically are related mostly to 72-hour storage or vehicles remaining on the street for longer than 3 days. As you can see from these photos that are on the screen here, that this is kind of typical what we're getting through San Jose 311. A lot of kind of dirty cars overstaying the 72 hours. Only a very small percentage, about 11%, you can see down here under the green kind of highlight, that are really the non-operational vehicles, the extreme blight, and the safety hazards. So we've kind of been able to segregate out the more concerns related to blight, safety, and non-operational. Next slide. Next slide. There it is. So this is representative of our current service model. So we've pivoted from responding to every service request that we get through San Jose 311. And regardless of kind of the service delivery that was previous, we are now focusing, as I mentioned, on kind of inoperable vehicles, the extreme blight, and the safety. As you can see from these vehicles, these were all removed when an officer was on proactive patrol, looking at every city street in this in all of our communities. They're driving every street proactively every 7 to 10 days. And this is the type of vehicle that they're looking for. Very set criteria that has to do with the non-ops, the extreme blight, and the safety. See the next slide? So this is really what I wanted to get at core communication to you today, that this VA model is an evolving service model. In June, when we re-engaged service initially, we focused specifically on just non-operational vehicles, any vehicles that, as defined by the California Vehicle Code, cannot operate legally on a city street. When we saw that we were taking care of those vehicles, for the most part, we kind of expanded And then in July, we started this extreme blight and safety concern patrol. So we added on the next layer. We identified specific kind of conditions that a vehicle may display that would qualify them as an extreme blight or a potential safety concern. And so we continue those proactive patrols, touching every city street every 7 to 10 days, and removing those types of vehicles. Then in August, more recent, we started reviewing San Jose 311 service requests. So manually going through and looking at what individuals are reporting and taking that information in. And if we found that through the photos submitted by our community, that those vehicles they were reporting were in fact in that 11% that were the extreme blight, the safety, the non-operational, then we would refer them to an officer. So when they were in that particular area the next time, that they would keep an eye out for that vehicle. And so we started running that referral program. And then in September, we further expanded the criteria we were looking for, and we moved to also including any vehicle that was missing front and back license plates. Maybe another sign that that vehicle was in fact abandoned. And if a vehicle had received multiple parking citations from us, and they were in the same location. So on several passes through, we give them back-to-back citations, or they have 2 citations sitting on their windshield. That was another visual indicator for our officers that maybe this vehicle needs to be removed. So that's where we are with those vehicles. The other piece.
Heather, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Oh, go ahead.
We're short on time. I just really want to get to the question. Clearly, you're taking a gradual approach to restoring service. And I guess the question really is, why gradual? Why not something more aggressive? Is it because of concern about displacement of homeless people? What exactly is driving this desire to be gradual?
So it's multifaceted. One, we do have continued vacancy rates in the parking compliance unit. Right now, we are up to about a 60% of our typical staffing availability. So that's one layer. And then we're also looking at the impacts to our communities, as John kind of mentioned before he passed it over to me, that when we tow individuals' vehicles, it is difficult sometimes for them to recover them. There's a financial burden. There's also the recovery process of having to go several places, the DMV, the PD, to the tow yard. It's a lot of extra lift for an individual. And at this time, we just want to make sure that we're balancing our enforcement with the needs of our community. And that's why we're really kind of walking this fine line of slowly rolling back into services. And the priority is really removing these extreme blight and safety hazards, not the priority being given to vehicles that are parked for extended periods of time.
Okay. Mayor, just to add what Heather was describing, it's our intention to get back to as a higher percentage of where we were.
Reminded at how normally we're able to do these events and really appreciate the culture in person, and I look forward to getting back to that next year. I just want to say I'm proud to join Councilmember Arenas in proclaiming October as Filipino American History Month. I'm very proud that District 7 is also home to a vibrant Filipino community, including the community at St. Maria Goretti. October is recognized as Filipino American History Month as it recognizes the first documented arrival of Filipinos on the North American continent near what is now Morro Bay in 1587. And so lastly, I'll just say this year, we recognize the history of Filipino American activism, from their integral role in the entwined farm worker and civil rights movements to the continued involvements of Filipino activists in the fights for racial, social, and environmental justice today. And it looks like we have the video back up.
Organizations
right?
that strive to preserve and share our native dances and music, not just with the Filipinos, but with the whole community. We hold hands in the spirit of bayanihan, referring to the spirit of communal unity and cooperation, along with the city of San Jose, to inspire and to build each other up so that we may have a stronger, progressive narrative for all Filipino Americans now and in the future. On behalf of the Filipino American community of San Jose, we thank Council Member Sylvia Arenas and Maya Esparza for this recognition. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. Councilmember Esparza or Arenas, did you want to continue? No? Okay. All right. Thank you very much. And thank you for the presentation. All right. We'll
I just want to thank Angel Sangalong, who is from the Bayanihan Phil M Foundation, for her leadership and advocacy and for connecting us with the Filipino American Chamber of Commerce. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. All right. We'll entertain a motion then for all the items on consent.
Move to approve.
Second.
From Councilmember Esparza, second from Councilmember Davis. Let's vote.
Menace,
Yes.
Trellis,
Aye.
Yep,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Colonel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is the city manager's annual report. That's item 3.3. We have a presentation, and what I think I'd like to do, if we can, is get through the presentation, and if we have enough time before the dinner break, we'll get through all the questions as well. Dave?
Thanks, Mayor. I'm going to ask our Budget Director, Jim Shannon, to kick it off.
Great. Thank you very much, Dave and Mayor and City Council. It's a pleasure to be with you here to talk about the 1920 Annual Report, which is a document that complies with the city charter and is a city manager's vehicle for summarizing and analyzing the city's budget performance for the preceding fiscal year. The report provides a technical comparison of budget to actual revenues and expenditures for each budgeted fund, about 130 of them, and as appropriate explanations concerning material differences between those amounts. It also provides the City Council with a comparison of the estimated actual ending fund balances for all funds, as well as a summary of the 1920 reserves by fund as well. Based on this analysis of prior year performance, updated information for the current fiscal year, and past direction from the City Council, the report recommends a number of 1920 budget adjustments for your consideration today. And let me make sure I can advance my screen here. Great. So so I'm going to try to be as brief as I can. I know we have a long agenda ahead of us here too. So the 1920, we performed generally as expected after we made major revisions to how we thought we were going to end the year. We all came together at the end of April in 2019 to make some pretty significant adjustments in a number of areas, in particular the general fund. But with those adjustments, we ended the year pretty close to where we thought we would be. Revenues generally performed as expected. Overall expenditures were within or below budget levels. The general fund had a surplus, and most funds ended the year with fund balances at or above estimated levels. Our general fund balance was about 3.3% compared to the modified budget. We have a bunch of actions here to adjust 2021 as necessary, close out 2019, recognize some grants and reimbursements, and address some urgent needs in some special and capital funds. And just to step through a little bit of something that obviously we're all aware of, but just a few key economic indicators. Monthly unemployment, of course, was deeply or massively spiked. When we went into the shelter in place, just for reference, in February, we had an unemployment rate of about 2.7%. That peaked in May at 11.3%, and ended the year at 10.8% in June. And of course, we know we're still at elevated levels today, although we are still stepping down. Real estate activity, so this is single family homes. So they've held their ground over the course of the end of the fiscal year there. As you can see, that red bar is June of 2019. So we always like to compare in the real estate world, so what happened the prior year. And so we can see that our median home price is higher than where it was a year ago in June, although the number of sales certainly dropped as availability and purchases were a little bit harder. But we've seen in the single family home environment, which is a big component of San Jose, that has continued to hold ground throughout the pandemic, which should be important for our property tax allocations for next year. Here are some select general fund revenue trends. These are some of our biggest categories that we have in the general fund. You can see there the top line of property tax continued to climb in 1920. Of course, all of property tax proceeds for the fiscal year are sort of based on the previous calendar year. So the 1920 property tax proceeds were based on the calendar year that ended in 2018. And did I get that right? The 1920, yeah, for the in 2018. Similarly, for 2021, it's going to be based on how we ended calendar year 2019. And so the thought is, what's going to happen now, because 21-22 proceeds are going to be based on how things end up by the end of this December. So we're definitely going to keep an eye on that. Sales tax declined a little bit. Of course, that was buoyed by our revenue capture agreement that we executed back in October. So that certainly helped out. We'll talk more about that in a second there. The utility tax line stayed very stable with what it's been for the last few years, which is good news. Normally, the utility tax is not necessarily an economically sensitive revenue category. It's more based on what the rates are and what weather is doing, because depending on how folks and businesses use electricity and gas is a big determinant of what the revenues for utility tax provides. And then business tax, we did see a lowering there as expected when comparing to 18-19 based on the results from the pandemic. And so to talk a little bit about what happened where we thought we would end up. So we came in April 28th and we made a bunch of revenue adjustments to some key categories here. And so what actually ended up happening? And so for sales tax, we had a sales tax of $260 million, which was a little bit higher than where we had thought it would end up, which is good news. So that's definitely a positive news for us, a variance of 3%. Utility taxes actually ended up doing a little bit better. So I think we were a little bit worried about how folks would be able to pay their bills, how the load would change between commercial and residential use. And so we had some actions there, but it ended up being a little bit higher than what we thought. Business tax, we were very, very close. Fees, wage, and charges, pretty close there. And another key one is transient occupancy tax, which is we ended up doing a little bit better than what we had anticipated. But generally, we feel really proud of the massive amounts of different analyses that we did to try to get us to where we thought we would end up 1920, and we came relatively close. And so feeling pretty good about that. But when we look at where we actually ended up in 1920 compared to 2018-19, definitely saw the impact. And really, this is just in the last few months of the fiscal year, because prior to the shelter in place, we were doing pretty well, economically speaking, and on a revenue basis. So the biggest guy here is the sales tax. So our 18-19 actuals of 263.5 million, we're a little bit down from that, but of course that's buoyed again by the revenue capture agreement. So we had estimated in 1920 that we would receive about $18 million from revenue capture, ended up receiving about 20.88 million. So if you take that away, if you just kind of look at where, because in 18-19, we didn't have any revenue capture agreement. And so that would have resulted in a 9% drop in our sales tax year over year. So a pretty significant drop, again, all basically in one quarter, because we were pretty much on pace to actually exceed the 18-19 actuals. And so we would have ended up otherwise dropping by 9%. Utility tax, we were about right on where we were the prior year. Business tax dropped 5%. Fees, rates, and charges is more of our development line item, 13%. Fines, forfeitures, and penalties, 17%. And then here's the big guy, transient occupancy tax, a very big decrease. Again, all really in the last few months, 30% decline when you compare that to 18-19. So some pretty sobering news of how we ended up. Even though it was close to where we thought we would be, it's definitely pretty far from where we had been. So we do have, so we've learned some things in 1920 of how it ended, and that's going to help us kind of in this fiscal year and going forward, but we still have a lot of uncertainty. We're still working to understanding the evolving revenue impacts of COVID, how both the public health impacts themselves and the perceived impact is going to be with us for some time to come. There's a couple of sort of non-COVID issues there with property tax that we're keeping an eye on and are pretty concerned about. So we're still awaiting a final determination of the ERAF, or the Educational Revenue Augmentation Fund property tax proceeds. So there's been a sort of a change in the methodology by which the state would like ERAF to be calculated. So that's going to have some impacts to us. We think we've accounted for most of it, but we're waiting to see what it actually will be. And we also recently got some news after the publication of the annual report that, based on a recent court ruling that by a recent California court ruling, an allocation of the tax receipts from the successor agency properties is going to likely change the methodology by which that revenue is allocated down the waterfall, such that it will likely make a pretty significant impact for San Jose. Early indications are roughly $10 million, but we're still working to refine that, and we'll have more information for you at the mid-year budget review. But a concerning sign there for 2021. And then just kind of looking forward, we still have the longer term impacts of COVID and the accompanying recession. We don't think we're going to immediately snap out of it. We are kind of waiting to see how overall the property tax realm looks. Again, I think single family is holding its own there, but still need to do some more analysis and see how the world evolves on the commercial side, which is a little bit different, obviously, than the single family home. We'll also be waiting for the updates to the city's retirement contributions that we will start getting an early look at in November as the retirement boards go through their actuarial analysis and make any changes to any of their assumptions. And of course, that has a big impact on what the contributions are going to need to be for 21-22. And just to remind folks that, because the change in our budget picture happened so late in the fiscal year, it happened really in spring, we closed our budget gap with about $25.7 million in one-time funds. Normally, we like to align our ongoing revenues with our ongoing expenditures when we're bringing forward a proposed budget, but really didn't have the space and capacity to do that. And so we had 25.7 on a one-time basis. All other things being equal, if nothing else changes, exact same levels of revenues and expenses, we start next year with that $25.7 million deficit. Of course, that's going to change, and it could likely grow as we kind of factor in what else is going on here. But just so we still have some challenges ahead of us as we go through this upcoming budget season. So for the general fund balance, so we did have a gross fund balance of $53.9 million above the estimate used to develop the 2021 budget. The revenue side was only about $5 million that was generated from the revenue side. The bulk of it was related to expenditure savings. And so we had about, I'll talk about this a little bit more on the next slide, but about 16.4 million related to the development fee revenue and expenditure savings of, because we had the impact from 1920, certainly services were impacted. And that's really the theme for on the expense side, is that, we also had the revenue impact, but we had certainly things couldn't get done as normal as we talked about in the 3.1 item. Certainly there was things that we weren't able to do as a city. And so those things that were budgeted in the general fund, even after taking into account our year-end transactions and the work funded by CRF, still had some pretty substantial savings. So $16.4 million of that on the development fee program side, about $20 million of departmental savings, and we had about $14 million citywide and about $3.5 million in capital. But when you take into account some of the actions for things that needed to carry over and do some of the reconciling items to close out 1920, the real ending fund balance variance there is $28.4 million. And it's kind of indicative of this slide here. So we start out with $53.9 million here as our additional ending fund balance that was not, that we didn't account for our 2021 budget. We take out the development fee reconciliation items. Again, this was generated, this is excess revenues or expenditure savings in the general fund for the development fee programs that are being transferred back out into the individual special funds that the different development programs now live in. So building, planning, public works, citywide planning, et cetera, are all in the little special funds. And so this is a technical item to sort of take that, those excess proceeds and return those to the individual development fee programs to replenish their reserves. About 2/3 of this is generated by expenditure savings. And then we had about $9.1 million of rebudget actions to continue projects and programs that were already in progress. And so when you you take out those guys, we have a fund balance for of $28.4 million, which is kind of how we think about what our true ending fund balance was. And so we allocate that out in accordance with City Council Policy 1-818, which says that what we want to do is we make sure that we true up the budget for any corrections or errors or realignment with new information to meet previously approved council directives. And so we have $14.4 million for those required technical rebalancing actions. We've got a number of net zero grants, reimbursements, and fees of $2.2 million, but it's a net zero impact to the general fund. And so at the end of the day, we have $14 million left over of general fund balance that, in accordance with City Council Policy 1-18, we're recommending to be restored to the Budget Stabilization Reserve. And I'll talk about that in just a moment here. So here are a listing of the required technical rebalancing actions in the general fund. This in the next slide, I'm not going to go through over all of them because they are all listed in both the transmittal memorandum as well as in the back of the annual report, but just want to hit on a few of them here. So on the revenue side of things, so we are recommending a reduction to the current business tax estimate of $7 million related to card rooms and the disposal facility tax. So the card rooms were never really able to open. And so basically from July through September, they weren't really able to operate. And now they have limited operations outdoor and indoor. And so what we wanted to do is recognize that revenue loss based on that operation. So we have within this an action to reduce the card room revenue, tax revenue by about $9 million, offset by a $1.5 million increase to the disposal facility tax. So that's a tax that is levied when someone goes and drops something off at the landfill. So that activity is a little bit higher than what we had anticipated. So down $9 million, up $1.5 million. I'm sorry. Take that down. So we're taking it down by $8.5 million, $9.5 million, and then pardon me about that. So the business tax decreased by $9.5 million, and the DFT increased by $1.5 million when we add that net $7 million there. Similarly, with parking citations, we're recommending about a 50% reduction in parking citation due to the lack of parking activity, as well as some of the redeployment of the PTCOs. We have property sale proceeds. Again, this is on the revenue side. So as part of the adopted budget, we had about $11 million for federal housing dollars to buy city properties, to reimburse, to buy properties for affordable housing purposes. That money would then come to the general fund. So looking at one of those properties is probably not going to be appropriate for affordable housing uses after future investigation of that site. And one of those other properties was originally purchased with funds primarily from a neighborhood safety bond fund. Because those funds need to be returned to the bond fund, that's going to sort of result in a shortfall. We're going to balance that out by moving around some other eligible bond funding and being able to reduce the general fund's reliance for the fire apparatus replacement program. No net changes there to that fire apparatus replacement program, but that helps us sort of offset a little bit of that those property losses there. Just a couple other things on this slide. We have the Google parking lots option payment reserve. So as part of the agreement that the city executed back in 1819, there is a option agreement for the continued negotiation for the eventual sale of lots A, B, and C at the SAP Center. And so over the first 3 years of that 5-year agreement, option payments are made by Google to the city We hold those first 3 years in reserve, and so those would be credited to the eventual purchase price. And years 4 and 5 would just come to the city. And so there was a payment there of about $1.1 million in 1819 that wasn't recognized and placed into the reserve. And so this item corrects that action. And then want to point out here, we have $800,000 from the police for the police reforms work plan. This is police department savings in 1920 that is has been recommended here to continue to work on the police reforms work plan that have been identified and discussed by council and the administration on several areas for community engagement, less than lethal use of force review, databases for officer history and actions, body-worn camera footage audits, gear training for the police department. So a number of items here that will help further that police reform works plan that's in a citywide appropriation managed by the city manager's office. I want to go on to the next slide here. Touch on a couple items here. So we have the Guadalupe River Park Ranger Station rehabilitation. This is $250,000 to rehabilitate that that Arena Green station that was suffered a fire damage in the end of during June due to vandalism. So this rehabilitates that station. We also have a recommendation here to, although they're already funded in the 2021 adopted budget, we are recommending the formal establishment of 4 positions for the city manager's office of racial equity. So again, these are again already funded in the budget, but wanted to bring forward as we're starting to fill these positions out. Wanted to make sure that they're part of our official position count. As part of the 21-22 proposed operating budget, the city manager's office intends to bring forward a funding strategy to make these positions permanent. Some really good news for the City Hall debt refunding. So the great work that the finance department did, saved us a lot more than what we thought they would for the City Hall debt service payments itself. So interest rates really worked in our favor. And so although we anticipated $800,000 in savings for the City Hall debt refunding itself, sort of separate from the pay down of the other debt, it's actually going to give us $2.8 million more in the general fund. So a lot of good work by Julia Cooper's team in the finance department to get us that. And then this $4.6 million is really a return to the general fund from the emergency reserve fund. The general fund had seeded the emergency reserve fund back in the beginning of the pandemic to help kickstart the emergency response. And so this money returns that to us in 2021, or the bulk of it. Again, we have a few other items a number of items for grants and reimbursements. There are net zero, but there are a few actions. A lot of them are related to library grants. We have some after-school education and safety programs. We have some work to continue our electric microgrid study for the Dearborn Station area downtown west development funded by the Google agreement. And so, but at the end of the day, we've got $14 million that is remaining, and we are recommending that that be placed in the budget stabilization reserve. So City Council Policy 1-18 talks about sort of after we've made all the technical adjustments and made sure that we can still meet the objectives that City Council had set out for us in the adopted budget, that any additional general fund balance is eyed for a contribution or for the budget stabilization reserve and or the contingency reserve for any unmet deferred infrastructure maintenance needs or any other urgent fiscal needs. And so kind of given where we think we're at, we are recommending that be placed in the budget stabilization reserve. What that would do is that would bring us back up to $35 million in that reserve, which would be about 6.8% of the general fund operating expenditures. The policy target is 10%, so still well below the target where we would like to be. But it does position us to address any more impacts that might be coming in 2021. And we know that 21-22 is also going to be really challenging for us. So this sort of gives us that little bit of cushion to help deal with problems as they arise. It also puts us in a little bit better position than we were when we started this. So we had $32 million before sort of COVID hit. And so now after using $11 million as part of the budget process, we're able to kick that back up to about $35 million, which will be pretty helpful for us. Just a couple thoughts in the special and capital funds, which have obviously a lot of activity in 1920. In the airport funds, passenger activity was down 24.2%, and from 15 million to 11.3 million. Overall revenue performance was certainly down, and our activities projected in 2021 is also quite a bit lower than where we ended 1920. Our construction taxes that help fund our traffic capital program still did pretty well. So we had a pretty strong start to the year, which kind of carried through. And so we ended up above the budgeted estimates there for especially the building and construction excise tax. We were well above and right at estimates for the construction excise tax. Again, that goes in to fund our traffic capital program, which is really important for streets and roads and traffic safety improvements. Our CNC taxes, our construction and conveyance taxes, that did pretty well too. So it ended the year at 40.9 million. We had estimated a little bit less than that. And so it came in about $2.8 million above. So that was very helpful, and that'll buoy us a little bit for how we continue on in 2021. So there are also a number, so the document is quite large, and there's lots of actions there, but we have a lot of cleanup actions that are fund balance reconciliations, rebudget adjustments. We have a lot of technical adjustments that are net zero transfers and reallocations between individual appropriations and funds. We also have a number of recommended adjustments to recognize grants and reimbursements in the special and capital funds, updating some cost and revenue estimates, including lower revenue projections in our parking fund, our general purpose parking fund, because based on the revised activity levels there, and then several urgent project needs in our capital programs and our special fund programs. And in the airport, we do have a lot of adjustments to true up some FAA grant revenue, as well as updates to the firefighting facility at the airport, as well as in our fire stations, is because Fire Station 37 is kind of moving along. We're going to be moving some money out of our FF&E reserve, our fixtures, facilities, and equipment reserve, and moving that into a live appropriation to start purchasing those items for when Fire Station 37 becomes operational. And so thank you for sticking with me through that report. Really want to thank the whole budget team. The management team listed here are super important for putting this document together. It comes together in about 3.5 weeks, which is, so Septembers are always really intense for us in the budget office. And so I really want to thank folks here. I also want to thank our colleagues in the finance department who are also kind of working hand in hand with us, and we're in each other's business over the last few weeks. I really appreciate their work on getting the fiscal year in close, as well as the departments who helped put all this stuff together too. So with that, I'm going to stop, and we're available to answer questions if we're going to take them before the break.
Thank you, Jim. And thanks to you and your whole team, Bonnie, Claudia, everyone who worked so hard. It's a $4 billion set of expenditures that are managed at 160 different funds, and they do an excellent job every year. So thank you. Let's go to the public first. Tessa Woodmansee.
Hi. Okay, let me turn this up. Okay, hold on. Okay, good. You can hear me? You hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, no? Wait a second.
We can hear you.
Hold on. I guess I can't hear.
We're able to hear you.
Can you hear me? You can hear me?
We
Hello?
can, yes.
Now you can hear me? Okay, good. All right, good. Well, just about the budget. In hearing Deb Davis and Maya Sparza talking about children and the needs of our children that aren't getting met under COVID-19 issues, I have a dream. And the dream is to get money from, I'm looking at applying from the Earthshot, which is Prince William's grant that he's giving to save the world and save ourselves. And so, but I'm saying is that our city could also, who knows if I'll get that grant, but the idea and the dream that like St. Francis, Pope Francis is saying, we need to dream together about a better world that deals with fratelli tutti, which is brotherhood for all. And so what he's saying and what I'm saying is that we need to bring women out of the workplace and pay them to take care of their children, the most important job, and to get the children to work on building, to create farms in our neighborhoods, that we need to take any open land that we have and create agriculture, and we need to create food producing agriculture or native plants. And so we need to, and just like it needs to be like a 4-H program where parents and children work together to solve the problems that we have, and what we have, the issues we have are learning to live without fossil fuels and food security and issues like that. And then there's also the Grange movement. We need to bring the Grange movement that work, for people to work together, and the 4-H to train us to grow food and get the women, to give the women a with a universal basic income so that they can do the most important job, which is taking care of their children, and learn together to live fossil fuel free. And
Thank you. The person with the phone number ending 6262, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Roland Urban. I wanted to touch on a couple of things, the real estate transactions and Google Lots ABC. On the real estate transaction, I think we really need to start monitoring how many rentals are getting sold based on my experience in my own street. Because if the end result of, rent deferrals and rent control is that landlords are walking off the property market, I think we're setting ourselves up for, massive displacement in the long term. With regard to the Google Lots A, B, and C, I think the council really need to start monitoring VT activities in the area very carefully, especially with regards to the so-called Girardin Integration Station Concept Plan, which, as I see it right now, is going to have massive impact on these properties. And you'll be happy to learn that some of your constituents have come up with an alternative that actually has got zero impact on these lots. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Beekman?
Hi, thank you. Thank you for the words of Tessa Woodsmansey today. I haven't heard her talk about farming in local communities before or yet, and it was nice to hear. I try to practice the ideas of a future of more individual democracy that can be a democracy of individuals as opposed to a democracy of a republic. And I think that works well, organically speaking. And that also addresses the community energy issues I work on and work towards. Tessa offered nice words about a more organic future that's possible. And thanks. Good luck in our efforts to do that. I suppose we all try to do that in some way. I wanted to mention in the bettering of ourselves in this time of COVID. Pre-COVID, we were addressing housing issues in new terms, and it was really important and interesting. And we're starting to learn new things.
I just want to focus your comments on the annual report.
Yes, and it has to do with housing, and the funding issues of COVID. How previous COVID issues, pre-COVID, were addressing the future of very low, extremely low, and mixed income housing. And I think we're at a time, in this time of COVID, how do we rearrange and continue that thinking of mixed income, very low, and extremely low income? I thought it would be part of this report today. I'm sorry if it's not. I felt that it was, and I just hope we can address those issues and find a place that's doing incredibly good work in Fremont and in Redwood City, and it also addresses community and policing ideas as well. So good luck in our efforts, and thanks for your patience with myself at this time.
Thank you. The person with the phone number ending 5140.
Yeah, can't say it enough. You want to generate revenue, open up these businesses.
Stop giving out cheesy parking tickets like you say you're going to. I mean, you realize you guys used to rely. Hello? Hello?
We still hear you.
Oh, good. Relying on citations to fund the city. What a bottom feeder group of people you are. Let me tell you. You want to generate revenue? Get these businesses open. Get these bars open. Get these restaurants open. Get people out doing things. It's not going to be the end of the world like Gavin Newsom thinks. I mean, this guy's dictating what we should do for Thanksgiving and Christmas. If you guys follow any of his rules, you should be ashamed of yourself. That guy's a loser. All he cares about is
accepting public comment now on the annual report 2019-20.
Yeah. You know what? If you guys want to generate money, start opening up businesses. Why don't you do everything you can to prevent it? I swear to God, what's the matter with you people? What's the problem with opening up a business, generating money, getting people to drive their cars around so they'll buy gas, so there'll be tax on it? If you don't drive your car, you don't fill it up with gas. I spend $50 on gas. That's sales tax, right? But if I don't fill my car up, you guys aren't going to get that sales tax. How do you think you're going to survive without money? Money is like oxygen, and you guys don't realize that. You think that it's going to fall from the sky forever. I mean, it's easy to spend somebody else's money. Hey, you know what the definition of a liberal is? Somebody who wants to spend somebody else's money that they don't even have. That would be you, Sam Liccardo, and the rest of the city council, and people like Carrasco who want to buy the baby wipes to clean up after people. It's unbelievable.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Jeremy Taylor.
In general, what I really am sensing from the city staff is they're just not working hard enough. I'd like to see the city council and mayor hold them more accountable. I don't want to hear anymore that, oh, I don't have enough time to get this done. So in what you've put together, it's clear that you guys maybe are working 80%, and we really need to start holding our city staff accountable, including the city manager.
All right. Returning to council now. Questions or comments from my colleagues? I had a couple questions. There aren't any others. I just first want to say one very important note on page 21 of the report that, you know, when Joey Cooper brought forward the City Hall debt refinancing, she made promises of savings of $800,000. Well, she delivered, and their team delivered $2.8 million in savings, and really kudos to them. And I appreciate, obviously, a lot of that is good timing, but we'll take good timing and good work all together. And that's really important for our budget. Jim, as we look to the future, it seems almost certain that we're going to have a tougher time in the year ahead than we had in the year behind us in terms of the fiscal situation. You described the sales tax drop would have been 9% if we didn't have that agreement with eBay. Is it fair to say if we were to take that same drop and spread out over a year, it would be something on an annual basis would be more than 30%? Is that fair?
That's probably fair if we had the same level of shutdown throughout that entire time.
Right. So,
but yeah.
Yeah, I know we're seeing some resumption of sales tax revenue. I guess it's probably premature for me to ask you this question, but I guess you see where I'm going. I'm trying to figure out what we think about these revenues in the year ahead, and I know it's hard to understand it given how much things are in flux. But I assume relative to prior levels, we would still be down a significant amount. Drop double digits, is that right?
That is right, yeah. So I think we had anticipated, just kind of looking when we were kind of putting our modeling together for the general sales tax, which is the one that we have the most history and the most data on. We were, basing it kind of our estimated year-over-year projections, kind of breaking out the different categories that we have, like general retail, business to business. And so, we expected to be, down over, 20% for the first 3 quarters, in that category. So we expect, we expect some pretty low results. And just looking at kind of like stripping eBay out of the picture there, some pretty low results. Our consultant kind of caught up with us as we were kind of going through spring to see what those impacts would be. When we looked at how 1920 ended compared to what we thought, it ended up being a little bit better in the different categories. So that gives me hope and gives me, feeling that what I know today, I think these are good estimates, but, we're going to know in November is when we get information for the first quarter in 2021 for sales tax. So that'll really give us the indication, hey, are we on the right track or are we not on the right track and we need to make some adjustments?
Okay, great. Well, we'll be checking on then.
Yeah.
In page 7, it describes the unemployment rate. And you mentioned, back in, I think the number was back in June, something north of 10% for San Jose MSA. We've seen numbers in the media as low as 7% or 7 and change, I should say, for the county. And I just want to understand, I know we seem to get, and obviously we're talking about apples and oranges, and the MSA doesn't precisely include the county, it includes San Benito as well, I understand. And I'm just wondering, based on recent numbers, is your understanding that our unemployment rate is between 7 and 8% or more than 10?
Let me stall for time, or somebody, if Selena Ubando, I think, is on, so she may be able to, oh, that's already, our current, most recent unemployment rate is about 7.5 for our MSA.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was really, you were talking about historic numbers then a few months ago.
It was, yeah, just how 1920 ended. But yeah, our most recent one is, must be for September, probably is 7.5.
Okay, well, that's rough enough, but it's certainly better than 10, so thank you.
Yeah.
And then the $16.4 million that was going to allocate back to development. I was under the misimpression that that was actually a subsidy from other general fund activity. But I think what I hear you saying, what I saw in the report, is actually all that 16.4 million is actually generated from savings and revenues from development services fees. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah. So we've always had development services as a, it's been in the general fund, but it's always been cost recovery. So we do a reconciliation every year to say, hey, did the revenues come in where they thought we would be? If we get excess revenues or if we have expenditure savings, we capture all that money and disperse it back out to the different fee programs. So it's specifically fee related funding.
Okay, great. Super helpful, because then it's not a case of the general fund subsidizing it. It's really just a reconciliation within that.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, I had this conversation with Nick Almeida on our team. The $400,000 we're allocating for recruiting and backgrounding at San Jose PD, is that because we cut that out of our June budget?
We had a lower amount. So in the 1920 budget, we had about $825,000 of one-time funding for backgrounding and recruiting. So to kind of keep up with the pace of trying to fill the vacancies that have been long filled, we've allocated some one-time funding for that. When we put the 2021 adopted budget together, that funding was down to about $300,000.
Yeah.
And so, what the police has been looking at for the amount of background that they need to do to make sure they get the right pool of candidates, the action here, we think, an additional $400,000 brings them up to $700,000, which is less than where they were the previous year still.
Okay. Thanks, Jim. Thanks again for all your team's great work. Councilmember Arenas?
Thank you. I had a question about the construction excise tax fund. It's on page 111 through 12, where it reflects the revenues were below the budget estimate, but above the prior year, right? So I think the revenues totaled 116, and it was 45 million below the budget estimate. But like I said, 63% more than the year before. How will this impact projects? Will it and I guess, Jim, I know that you're crunching all the numbers, but this might be a question for Dave. How is this going to impact projects, or is it impacting already some of the projects that we have in the pipeline for that are under both Measure T and Measure B?
And I think if I could just clarify maybe before Dave jumps in, I think, I'm sorry, Councilman, if you don't mind, I think most of that shortfall was mainly due to grant funding that we are re-budgeting to the next year. So our tax revenue came in for the construction excise tax came in right at budget. I think the building and structure came in quite a bit higher. I think those lower revenues are primarily attributable to grant revenues that take a while to come in. So I think we are mostly re-budgeting the bulk of those revenues into 2021. So we still expect to get most of that.
Okay, well, then there you go. Not a question for Dave then. So those are totaling up for grants. Wonderful. Okay, that's good. And so at this point, we are expecting this amount in terms of grants.
We are, I think. And so I'm getting feeds from my team there that I think that we don't anticipate any change in our grant revenue is not anticipated for 2021. So it's just really a timing of when that revenue is coming in.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to guess that everything is kind of on track then. The next item I was going to talk about is also on page 111 is the Corona Relief Fund. And so, it reflects 179 million, right, that we received.
He has a student who liked to place.
And expenditures totaled 79, which were 10.2 lower than projected. I guess, I'm wondering, can you walk me through the breakdown of that in terms of where we currently are? I know that this is 1920, but I guess my question would be, are we on track? Underspending?
So yeah, thank you for the question. So this is the 1920 actuals, you're right. And when we came back on September 22nd, we kind of reallocated a lot of funding for the remainder of the fiscal year. So, I think we are really wanting to make sure that we take care of and maximize use of that funding that expires at the end of December. And so we're keeping a really close eye on that, but really, we did shift the plan a little bit at the end of September, and maybe wondered if Lee wanted to give a little more color to that.
Sure. Thank you, Jim. Yeah, so that is something that the EOC's recovery section and finance section are working very closely on with all the different branches within the EOC and then Jim's team in the city manager's office. So in all likelihood, we'll be updating you as part of a 3.1 in November on the different spending levels and appropriations and where we're at, kind of the strategy for spending down the CRF by the end of the year, but also how we're going to be probably putting some into personal services as we did in June as a part of the budget to keep ourselves going on some of the EOC operations until there's a new stimulus package or CARES Act with a change in administration or possibly not a change in administration. So that strategy will be laid out to you in November, and then actions would be taken by the council in December.
All right. I knocked on wood as you were talking.
Yeah, no, so did I quite a bit.
I won't say which one, but I'll leave folks guessing. Okay, thank you so much, Lee. That helps quite a bit. And the last question I have is around police reform work plan. I know that there was a savings of 100,000. Jim, you spoke about that savings. I think I think it was like 820,000 from some of that work that didn't get done. Do we have a breakdown of how the police reform work plan will be? And I know this is just the savings, Dave, but are we next steps going to work out a plan in terms of how to spend this? I know that here it has the GARE process, racial equity training, and independent investigations of police misconduct. And what I'm looking for is a commitment around GARE.
Maybe I can take that, Jennifer McGuire, Assistant City Manager. I know for some reason it's dark in my office, even though
it is dark.
I look like I might be in
yes, yes, the sun went down and we look really, really dark here.
I don't know. So this is a preliminary budget that we've put together because we're just starting the engagement process and all of these items, and it really, as Jim said, it's really going to be managed by the city manager's office, myself and Angel, with also Siobhan, as she's going to have access to this money for some of the independent police auditor items. So, we don't have a specific number. We've got guesstimates, but, as intelligent as we can get at this early point in the process of numbers to go against some of the items. So, we're going to be putting as much money as we need to put into the racial equity training for the police department. And I'd already reached out to Zulma to try to get an estimate on that. So right now we have at least 100,000 kind of set aside preliminarily for that process to give you a sense of it. But it could be more, and we will move the money around as needed, and we will report on that, as we give you updates as we move through the work plan on how much money we really did spend on some of these items. It's just going to really depend as we get bids on things and, for our consultant services, but we need to have some room in here. So that's a preliminary number for that particular piece. There's a wide range on some of these items, but that is something that's going to be a priority item in the work plan.
Thank you. And is 100,000 typically, I'm guessing you've allotted that or just kind of earmarked it for now, because is that about what it takes for a department to get on board with the GARE process?
I really, that was an estimate that I got from Zulma. I think it's very different based on the size of the departments, but I don't think we've actually specifically budgeted particular training for any department. We've brought in consultants and we've done more larger trainings with our senior executive staff, I think, as you know. So this will probably be, to my knowledge, unless somebody can correct me, the first time we're doing more in-depth training of a particular department with money assigned in a much more in-depth way. So we will see if this is the correct amount, and then we need to end up just doing how we refresh this, how we train, how we continue the training. That's all going to be determined as we go through there. But I wanted a significant amount of money earmarked for that process. And again, it'll get adjusted. It is earmarked. That's a good way to put it. It's part of the pot, but we have discretion to put more towards it, or if we don't need as much, less, and towards other things. But we will be reporting on this to the city council of what we're doing eventually as we get that underway.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. I really appreciate that. It gives me an idea of, just gives us a level of commitment and some way to show our residents that, our police department's already on its way in terms of being part of a greater process that the whole city, our whole city government has been going through. And so I think this is a good steps definitely in the right direction. Lastly, I'm just gonna thank you, Jennifer, for making sexual assaults funding whole again. I know that when we had a joint meeting with the county, we heard about some of the top issues that our providers and survivors were dealing with. And at first, for me, I wasn't thinking, and I didn't hear, that we needed to have more patrol cars as a top priority. But I understand in the larger picture why patrol cars would be something that would be necessary, especially I think some of the good work that's being done with the department or the unit that is, I think I can't remember what it's called, but it's the children's internet unit, and I think they do a lot of sting operations. And then, of course, the new SBU unit that Chief Garcia established. I can see why we would just, kind of need our basics to start up. And so I really appreciate the consideration and having that be whole once again. Lastly, I'm just gonna thank our housing department. This is a 1920 budget, and I know during the 1920 budget, they really the housing department went really out of their way to cover and support our families. And one of the ways that they did that was funding diapers and formula and, yes, baby wipes. And they did this because they know in the hierarchy of needs, if we don't have our basic needs met, it's really difficult for our children to thrive. And so, we're in a place where we really need to be help people out on basics, right? We've been spending the last 7 months feeding our community, and it's something that we're not traditionally involved in. But simply because we're not involved in feeding our community doesn't mean that we don't participate and that we don't have a level of responsibility. And so I wanted just to clarify, I know that Councilmember Carrasco has been targeted on her expenditures around baby wipes, and it wasn't her proposal. It was my proposal to have not only baby wipes, but formula and diapers for our families. And I'm really proud of that effort. I'm proud that all of my colleagues supported it because this means that we prioritize our families in a way that we haven't been able to do before, and during a time that is just absolutely crucial. So thank you, our housing department. Those were CDBG funds that we utilized. And that is it. Those are the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Arenas, for correcting the record on baby wipes. Okay, we have, I think, no other questions, so we'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Approval. Second.
Okay, I think I heard the motion from Councilmember Foley in a second. I'll give it to Councilmember Davis. Okay, let's vote.
Inez,
Yes.
Morales,
Aye.
Dieppe,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye. Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Lombardo.
That was me, aye.
Thank you.
Quite hear it. Thank you. All right, that's unanimous. Let's take a break for dinner and we'll return at 7 o'clock. Thanks, everybody.